Chapter 36:10. As long as they could escape the valley and recover their strength, suppressing a secret realm would be a piece of cake. But when they turned around, they found that their escape route was blocked by 6 milk babies. Eldest baby said, "I opened this road." Second baby said, "I planted this tree." Fourth baby said, "You have to pass this road." Fifth baby said, "Leave your life." Third baby said proudly, "Childish." The Foundation establishment cultivators were going crazy. They had fallen to the point where even milk babies dared to bully them. "You're courting death." They naturally had nothing to fear and charged forward. Then, tragedy struck. None of the milk babies were easy to deal with. Pung. 2 of them had their legs grabbed by the eldest baby and were sent flying back. The second baby saw through the other person's weakness and sent him flying with a light punch. Whoosh. The fourth baby spat fire and the fifth baby spat water, making it impossible for anyone to take another step forward. The first wave of attack by the 9 was in vain. None of them managed to break through. Monsters, these people were all monsters. The Pang and Lei clansmen were on the verge of tears. What was wrong with them? Why did they have to rush into the valley? Their realms were suppressed here, making it impossible for them to use their powerful strength. But they had no time to lament, because the god of death was already here. Ling Han caught up with them, his destructive energy surging. This killing efficiency was too terrifying. He could sweep through those of the same realm, and even those who were a realm lower. After another round of slaughter, the 9 people were reduced to 5. "I surrender, don't kill me." Someone immediately gave up. They had no choice but to give up, or they would die. Coward, die. Ling Han showed no mercy and killed the person with 1 punch. "I won't surrender." The remaining 3 decided to do the opposite. "Okay, then let's fight." Ling Han did not stop attacking. "Damn it, you can't play like this." The 3 wanted to cry but had no tears. They had surrendered, why didn't he stop? Bang! After a few punches, the remaining 3 were all killed. Ling Han naturally would not waste it. He searched everyone's body, but the result was very little. What kind of foundational powerhouse is this? So poor. Oh, that's right. This is Moonlight Star, where the martial arts environment is mature. Although the Foundation establishment realm is on the path to immortality, that's all. There are many people stronger than them, so naturally, they won't have any treasures. Forget it, I should hurry up and refine the 5 elements fortune pill. Ling Han and his group left the valley. Of course, there were no more people from the Pang or Lei clan outside. They had all gone in to capture him. The little loli took out her flying shuttle, and they boarded it. Xiao, the flying shuttle pierced through the air. "You won't hit someone again, right?" Ling Han saw that Tang Yun had pushed the shuttle to at least 20 times the speed of sound, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Under such high speed, even his eyesight couldn't catch the changes in the environment, and it was very easy to hit someone. "Don't worry, this shuttle has been strengthened by Grandpa and Grandpa, it won't be damaged," the little loli said. Ling Han's face is black. Is he worried about the shuttle? He's afraid that you'll kill someone. However, if the shuttle wasn't damaged, he could breathe a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't be killed by the little loli. Wait, when did he get led astray by the little loli? Isn't it too immoral to think like this? Ling Han weakly reflected on himself. If they were to travel on foot, it would take about 3 days to arrive, but if they were to travel by flying shuttle, it would only take about half a day. The frigid water lake was already near. "Oh no, it's too fast, we can't stop," the little loli suddenly said. "You're too unreliable. Prepare to land hard," the little loli shouted. Although she was very anxious, she didn't sound panicked at all. Instead, she was full of excitement. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Boom! Before Ling Han could say anything, the flying shuttle had already landed, and it crashed heavily into the ground. Under the powerful push, it was still moving forward. After a full 10 seconds, the flying shuttle finally stopped. "Ha, perfect landing," the little loli said excitedly. "You damn child, see if I don't beat you to death." Ling Han gritted his teeth. What kind of problem child was this? Bang! At this moment, a hand suddenly slapped the window of the flying shuttle, and then a black face also appeared. This scene seems to be very familiar. Ling Han remembered that when they first arrived at Moonlight Planet, the little loli also drove the flying shuttle and hit the ground. In the end, she hit someone. Fortunately, Li Xingqian was in the Foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by such a hit. Now she hit someone again? Ling Han looked at the angry face outside the window and muttered in his heart. Although the face was black, whether it was the expression or the action, why was it so familiar? Could it be that they hit the same person? Ling Han immediately shook his head. How could this be possible? It was too coincidental. He didn't dare to be careless. While asking the little loli to put away the flying shuttle, he prepared to fight. Who knew if the other party was easy to talk to? It was true that they were in the wrong, but it didn't mean that they had to be beaten. The little loli directly armed the flying shuttle on her body and prepared to fight. She was the great demon king. Bumping into someone was nothing in her eyes. "Sure enough, it's you guys again," the black person on the opposite side said through gritted teeth. "Ah." The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched. Brotherly, what a coincidence, the unlucky guy who was hit was Li Xingqian. Strange, I didn't hit your head with the tombstone fragment, why are you so unlucky? Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Brotherly, if I say that we didn't hit you on purpose, would you believe me? Li Xingqian gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think I should believe you?" "You should." Ling Han said righteously, "Brotherly, we didn't install any tracking device on your body. How could we hit you on purpose?" So, all of this was a coincidence. Li Xingqian sighed. "I always felt that you were an unlucky star. Sure enough, I deliberately hid in such a remote place, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't avoid you." He. The little loli laughed until she was holding her stomach. "Brotherly, here is a 1-star artifact. Take it as compensation." Ling Han took out a sword and handed it over. This was what he obtained after killing Lei Zhoujuan. Because he was killed in an instant, Lei Zhoujuan didn't even have the chance to take out his artifact. It couldn't be helped. He had almost killed the other 2 times, so Ling Han was also very guilty. He really felt very apologetic. Li Xingqian couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Although a 1-star artifact was nothing in a large force, it was extremely precious to a rogue cultivator, especially a Foundation establishment rogue cultivator. What was more coincidental was that he also used a sword. So, he couldn't refuse this gift and could only accept it with a thick face. He sighed. "Even if you hit me again in the future, I'll accept it." "How is that possible?" Ling Han hurriedly laughed, but he was a little suspicious. With this guy's bad luck, it was really possible that he would be hit again. Li Xingqian's temper also subsided. They sat down to drink some wine and eat something. It turned out that Li Xingqian had come here because he had found a seclusion place nearby. It used to belong to a strong cultivator who had reached the Foundation establishment stage. That strong cultivator had died long ago and might have left behind some treasures. He had been invited to join forces to enter this place. Chapter 36:12. Both of them were very young. One was dressed in blue, the other in purple. Both of them were very young. One was dressed in blue, and the other was dressed in purple. Both of them were very young, but when they stood there, they gave off an intimidating aura. "Xian Sanlai, you couldn't beat me when you were in the Human Foundation establishment stage, and you couldn't beat me when you were in the Heaven Foundation establishment stage. Now that you've returned to the mortal realm, you're still no match for me," the young man in blue said proudly. He held a sword in his hand that was overflowing with light and color. It possessed a fierce might. The purple-robed young man called Qian Sunlai snorted, "Rosie, my ranking is lower than yours. Is it because I'm weaker than you? It's just that your luck is good, that's why you're ranked higher than me every time." Rosie shook his head, "Keep being stubborn. Watch how I teach you a lesson." "You think I'm afraid of you?" Qian Sunlai said fearlessly. "But before that, we need to get rid of a fly." Rosie looked towards Ling Han. Neither of them had looked at Ling Han before, but that didn't mean they hadn't noticed Ling Han. Tang Yun had already entered the gourd. Although her telekinesis was far superior to her peers, it couldn't compare to Ling Han's. She couldn't hold on any longer. Meanwhile, Qian Sunlai was already striding toward Ling Han. He held a black saber in his hand, which was covered with veined patterns and exuded a ferocious might. "Scram! You aren't qualified to observe our battle." Ling Han had originally planned to recover his telekinesis after reaching the ice island. There weren't any water elemental creatures here, but he had to be willing to leave. "You're chasing me away? Why? Did your family build this ice island?" Ling Han asked. Qian Sunlai was taken aback. "Of course not. It was naturally formed. But don't you know who I am? Even if it was built by your family, does this frigid water lake belong to you? You'll be fined for building an illegal building on public land," Ling Han said. Qian Sunlai was dumbfounded. What was going on? "Ha ha ha ha," Rosie laughed loudly. Because of the ranking issue, he and Qian Sunlai have been enemies for a long time. Now that he saw his old rival being fooled into a daze, he felt very happy. Qian Sunlai's face sank, and he said, "Must you suffer a bit?" He strode over, the blade of his saber dragging on the ice island. Sizzle, sparks flew. In fact, the ice island was extremely sturdy and could completely withstand the battle of ordinary secret-seeking realm experts. However, the top of the island had been flattened by the two of them. Their strength was indeed terrifying. Naturally, this was because they had used high-level energy. Otherwise, the secret-seeking realm would not have been able to cause damage to this iceberg with brute force alone. Ling Han crossed his arms in front of his chest. "What, you want to fight? Do you think you're worthy?" Qian Sunlai sneered. He was ranked 9th amongst the younger generation of Anhua commandery. In a battle of the same level, there were at most 5 people who were stronger than him. Of course, this ranking would not be strictly based on the battle strength of those at the same level, so he was confident that his true battle strength was definitely not the 9th. Even if he was only ranked 9th, this unfamiliar young man in front of him could not compare to him. The difference was too great. Ling Han stretched his neck, limbs, and smiled. "I'm a bit bored in the water, so I'll use you to relieve my boredom." Qian Sunlai's thick brows rose. This guy really wanted to die, daring to provoke him like this. That's right, this guy doesn't even know who I am. No wonder he's so full of confidence. Heh, I'll let him see what a top-tier genius is like. Get down. Qian Sunlai reached out with his left hand. Boom. A terrifying power surged out, suppressing Ling Han. Ling Han casually slapped out. Bang. Qian Sunlai's attack was neutralized. Huh. Qian Sunlai and Rosie were both stunned. This scene had exceeded their expectations. Even if Qian Sunlai had not used his full strength, Ling Han's strength was not to be underestimated. If you could have this kind of strength in the Foundation establishment realm, you would have the qualifications to be ranked in the top 100. Qian Sunlai gave his evaluation. Unfortunately, you're only in the mystic-seeking realm. With a single leap from the immortal gate, you might just fade into mediocrity. Even mediocrity can beat you up, Ling Han countered. He charged forward and punched out with both fists. Boom. 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 The power of his punches surged out in an extremely domineering manner. Qian Sunlai revealed a cautious expression. He did not use his blade and instead put it away. Instead, he used his palms to deal with Ling Han. What a joke. He was one of the few geniuses in Anhua Commandery. If he needed to use an immortal tool to deal with a nameless nobody, how shameless would he be? After exchanging a few blows, Qian Senlai frowned. This opponent was unexpectedly strong. Fortunately, his opponent did not seem to cultivate telekinesis and did not use any high-level energy. Although his battle prowess was strong, his lethality was limited to brute force. Qian Senlai only needed to use the transform technique to deal with him. This was only natural. Ling Han had only surfaced after using up most of his telekinesis. Although he could still use it for a while, wasn't there another person on the other side? He naturally had to hold back some of his trump cards. The best steel should be used on the edge of the blade. If he used his telekinesis, he would definitely be able to communicate with the destructive energy and directly kill the two of them. Even so, Ling Han used his eye technique and easily saw through the flaws in each of Qian Senlai's moves. Very quickly, he gained the upper hand. Qian Senlai did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he laughed loudly. Brat, I don't know why you're so strong, but you don't cultivate telekinesis, so your battle prowess is at least halved. I'll let you see just how strong the mystic-seeking realm can be. He exclaimed softly, and his palms immediately turned silvery white. This was also metal energy, and it was extremely likely that it was of a higher level than the metal energy that Ling Han had drawn upon. The way it was arranged was also different, which was why it appeared silver. Boom! Qian Senlai swung his palm, and the silver light was dazzling. Ling Han still met it with his bare fists. Bang! The two of them exchanged a blow, and both of them took a few steps back. Traces of blood appeared on Ling Han's fist. The destructive power of the high-level energy was too great. Moreover, the spirit diagram that Qian Senlai had mastered was very extraordinary, and its power was even greater. Fortunately, Ling Han's bones had been tempered to be extremely hard, so it was only a superficial wound. Looking at Qian Senlai again, he was not much better off. The web between his thumb and forefinger had actually split open. Why? Ling Han used a high-frequency attack. He could not possibly maintain his original battle prowess while you used high-level energy, right? I've really underestimated you, Qian Senlai said solemnly. He had really given his all in that attack just now, but he could only fight to a draw with Ling Han. His opponent's strength was truly extraordinary. At least in the mystic-seeking realm, his opponent already had the qualifications to compete with him. The smile on Luo Shi's face also disappeared. He also felt the pressure. If Ling Han could maintain his level during the Spring Immortals Gate, then this person would definitely become a strong competitor for them. More importantly, his opponent was already so powerful when he did not know how to communicate with high-level energy. What would happen if he learned the magical use of telekinesis? Chapter 36:13. Qian Senlai looked at Ling Han solemnly. He put away the last trace of contempt. Although in the outside world, he could crush Ling Han with a single finger, in this place, he was a formidable foe. He took a deep breath and got into an attacking stance. 3 elements floating wind palm. Luo Shi blurted out in shock. This was one of Qian Senlai's ultimate moves. He did not expect him to use it so soon. Ling Han did not let his guard down. Qian Senlai was exuding a powerful aura, as if he could push back the sky with one palm strike. This was an immortal technique. One of the advantages of being an immortal was that one could truly master immortal techniques. Using the power of the secret-seeking realm, although the power would be much weaker, it would definitely be stronger than ordinary martial techniques. Very well, immortal technique against immortal technique. Ling Han turned his fist into claws, his body like a goshawk's wings. He also exuded a fierce aura, like a prehistoric bird about to attack. Golden Eagle's 18 claws. Qian Senlai was naturally shocked again. Damn, what was going on? How did someone in the secret-seeking realm learn immortal techniques? Are you a monster? While he was still in shock, Ling Han had already charged over. His claws danced, and golden light filled the sky. Qian Sunlai was shocked, but he was not afraid. He instinctively met the attack. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed continuously, gold and silver flashing. Ling Han suddenly thought. Since the demon monkey fist was taught to him by Brother Monkey, then it had to be a celestial technique as well. Moreover, he had once summoned the shadow of an incredibly terrifying demon monkey, and its might was truly indescribably strong. However, the demon monkey fist's strongest point was the frequency of attacks. It allowed him to fight a strong opponent without being at a disadvantage. The problem was that he needed to first grasp the opponent's attack pulse before he could launch his attacks. This made him passive. Could he ignore the opponent's attacks and form a frequency of attacks from his own end? He could try. Once he succeeded, his battle power would increase steadily. Ling Han's eyes flashed. He suddenly switched to the demon monkey fist. Damn, what the hell are you doing? Qian Sunlai was depressed. He was almost used to the rhythm of the 18 golden eagle claws, but Ling Han suddenly turned his claws into fists. The rhythm of his attacks completely changed, making him feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. Experts all like to study their opponent's absolute arts and then break them. Now, he had just grasped a bit of it, but Ling Han was not using it anymore. This made him feel like a little kid whose favorite toy had been snatched away. It was incomparably uncomfortable. However, as soon as Ling Han unleashed his fist technique, he felt an immense pressure. His opponent's body emitted a ruthless aura, oppressing his mind. Artistic conception. Qian Sunlai was shocked. Only celestial techniques could cultivate concepts, but not every celestial technique could. It had to be a relatively superior celestial technique, and the user had to be astonishingly talented, completely grasping the essence of the celestial technique. A mystic-seeking realm cultivator was actually able to grasp the essence of an immortal technique. Furthermore, this fist technique was so powerful. Normal intent realms would only affect the environment, such as placing one in a furnace or an iceberg. Only a few intent realms could directly oppress one's soul. This effect was more direct, but it was also a double-edged sword. This was because once the opponent's will was strong enough, they could in turn suppress the caster. From this point of view, the person who created this fist technique must have been an incomparably domineering and confident existence. Once I punch, I'm invincible. Ling Han was the same. With a long howl, his demon monkey fists punched out wildly. He seemed to have transformed into a ruthless ancient demon monkey, crushing everything in his path. He punched out again and again, feeling the vibrations from his fists. You're underestimating me. Qian Sunlai roared. His battle prowess was fully unleashed, and his telekinesis surged. His hands became incomparably bright, and the silver radiance seemed to be able to blind people. Boom, boom, boom. He kept clashing with Ling Han. When it came to battle intent, as a top-notch genius, he would naturally not lose to anyone. If you want to fight me head-on, then go ahead. I will definitely not back down. This was exactly what Ling Han wanted. He needed pressure to force himself to break through. The greater the pressure, the more motivation he would have. Luo Shi's expression became more and more solemn. Although Ling Han had yet to enter the path of immortality, and accidents might happen when he leaped through the Immortal's Gate, what if he managed to leap through the Immortal's Gate without any damage to his battle prowess? This was going to be a formidable opponent. Strange, when did such a young genius appear in Anhua County? Ling Han gradually began to comprehend. He had already grasped the principles behind the frequency attack, but he was currently accumulating power on his own end. All he needed was a change. Like this. He punched out twice at lightning speed. The first wave of power was slightly slower, but the second wave of power caught up, forming a ripple. Bang! Ling Han could not help but stagger backwards. In contrast, Qian Senlai did not even take a single step back. He seemed to have gained the upper hand. On the surface, it looked like Ling Han was at a disadvantage, but he was actually smiling. This was because his two waves of power had formed their own frequency attack, greatly increasing the power of his attacks. However, the accumulated power of his two punches was naturally unable to contend against Qian Senlai's all-out attack. Thus, he was at a disadvantage. Again. He punched out 3 times, one wave of power after the other, like waves crashing down on the ocean. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Han clashed with Qian Senlai again. This time, he was still at a disadvantage, but the situation had taken a turn for the better. Ling Han let out a long howl as his 4 waves of power joined together. 5, 6, 7. As Ling Han's frequency of attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, he gradually recovered from his disadvantage. He was no longer any weaker than Qian Senlai. Qian Senlai bellowed. He thought that he had gained the upper hand and would soon win, but Ling Han was just too tenacious, forcefully wiping away his disadvantage. Qian Senlai's attacks became even more ferocious, wanting to finish off Ling Han in one go. But to the side, Rosie felt a chill run down his spine as he watched. As a bystander, he could clearly see that Ling Han had been experimenting with a certain technique or something else, and because he was unfamiliar with it, he had suddenly fallen into a disadvantageous position. But now that he had mastered it, he was able to turn the situation around. It was a very simple matter, but the meaning behind it was far too terrifying. In such an intense battle, Ling Han was actually able to experiment with a new technique? Just how confident was he? Just how perceptive was he? Rosie had a feeling that Anhua County was destined to have another dazzling newcomer. Ling Han roared with laughter. He had already completed the transformation, turning the frequency of his attacks into one centered around his body. Come. He punched out again, his fist madly vibrating at a frequency that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. In an instant, he had exerted a gravity of 70. The limit of the demon monkey fist was 108, and he was still far from reaching that limit. This was not a simple stacking of 70 layers of power. Rather, each wave of power had formed a specific frequency. Bang! Qian Senlai took the blow head-on, but his expression changed drastically as he involuntarily retreated 3 steps. In contrast, Ling Han was completely steady. It was very obvious that Ling Han had the upper hand in the current situation. Qian Senlai could not believe it. He stared at Ling Han in a daze, completely dumbfounded. How could this be? How could this be? Chapter 36:14. Qian Senlai, let me do it. Luo Shi stepped forward. Scram, I haven't lost yet. Qian Senlai refused. Not yet. Luo Shi shook his head. You don't even want to admit the difference between us. I'm ashamed to be associated with you in the future. Qian Senlai was exasperated. In reality, he was only at a slight disadvantage. It was not like Ling Han had never been at a disadvantage before. Why did he lose just because he was pushed back a few steps? He was unconvinced and stepped forward to fight with Ling Han again. However, Ling Han had already adapted to the new frequency of attacks. He realized that this was the correct way to counter the demon monkey fist. Because the demon monkey that created this fist technique was most likely the ancestral king that Monkey Bro mentioned. That was an invincible emperor who once ruled over an entire era. Such a domineering figure, did he need to care about his opponent's attacks? No need. Once I punch, I'm invincible. Hence, after Ling Han adapted, he could use the demon monkey fist even more smoothly. Although they were both using 70 stacks of power, it was obvious that his current frequency of attacks was more powerful. Qian Senlai really could not beat him. Although he was not much weaker than Ling Han, he was still a little weaker. He was suppressed by Ling Han, even if he could hold on for a long time. After all, he was a genius and still cared about his face. In the end, he roared and retreated from the battle. "I'm not fighting anymore." Luo Shi stepped forward. "You have the right to declare your name now." These words were obviously directed at Ling Han. With his status as a Foundation establishment cultivator, this was not considered too much. Ling Han laughed. "Let's fight then. What's with all the nonsense?" He took the initiative to rush forward and unleashed the demon monkey fist. Right now, he did not need to first grasp his opponent's attack pulse. He was completely at the center of it. It was a comfortable feeling and a domineering aura grew in his heart. "I don't care if you are a human or a demon, I don't care how strong you are. If one punch can't do it, then 2 punches." Luo Shi was helpless and was forced to face the attack. He had a well-thought-out plan. He hadn't been watching from the side for nothing. He had already thought of a countermeasure, but when he really started, he realized that it was completely different. The plan he had come up with was completely useless. He was also being suppressed by Ling Han. No matter what he did, he could not turn the situation around and could only passively defend. "Huh, Rosie, weren't you very arrogant?" Qian Senlai laughed heartily. He and Rosie were competitors, and since he had not won, he naturally did not wish for Rosie to gain the upper hand. Luo Shi gritted his teeth as he executed secret arts one after another, wanting to turn the tables around. However, he didn't have many secret arts. For example, the demon monkey fist was extremely powerful. Just a single fist art was enough to suppress the entire world. Was there a need for other fist arts? No matter what he did, he was unable to turn the situation around. After exchanging 100 moves, he had no choice but to withdraw from the battle. If he continued to fight, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Although his competitor was defeated, Qian Senlai was not happy at all. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, 2 geniuses of the Anhua Prefecture's younger generation, had actually been defeated by an unknown newcomer. How can this be endured? They looked at each other. Were they still going to spar? The 2 shook their heads at the same time. They couldn't even win a secret-seeking realm cultivator. How could they still have the face to spar? "Let's go. What's the point of staying here?" The 2 of them walked on the waves. Even though their cultivation was suppressed to the secret-seeking realm, walking on the waves was naturally not a problem. Ling Han smiled and sat down cross-legged, allowing himself and the spirit-nourishing gourd to absorb fresh air. The night passed, and the sun rose. Gentle sunlight sprinkled down, but Ling Han did not feel warm at all. This frigid water lake was too cold. After one night, his telekinesis power had mostly recovered. He asked Tang Yun to come out and cultivate as well, but the little girl was extremely lazy and refused to cultivate properly unless he urged her. Strange. Why did the Calabash brothers' strength soar as long as they grew up normally? They grew out of the calabash vines. Ling Han's fire essence stones had not been used up yet, but if he used them here, the effects would be greatly reduced. Water and fire mutually restrained each other. He did not waste them and put away the fire essence stones. Since there were fire essence stones in the extreme flame valley, would there be ice essence stones here? After cultivating, he dove into the bottom of the lake and continued his hunt. This time, his efficiency was greatly reduced. Even with the help of 7 milk babies, he would not be able to gather enough water essence without a year or 2. Not to mention Ling Han, the news of Luo Shi and Qian Senlai's battle with Ling Han still leaked out after they left. The entire Anhua Prefecture was in an uproar. When did such a genius appear? Even though he was only in the secret-seeking realm, to be able to defeat super geniuses like Luo Shi and Qian Senlai, just how monstrous must he be? In a short time, the mysterious genius Ling Han became a hot topic of discussion. The Anhua Prefecture's younger generation had been selected based on their cultivation level, combat strength, battle achievements, potential, and other factors. Now that Luo Shi and Qian Senlai, who were ranked 8th and 9th respectively, had been defeated, the people ranked below them were all indignant. They had not even seen Ling Han's face, but they were already considered inferior to Ling Han. There were many young and energetic people who set out for Frigid Water Lake. They wanted to personally defeat Ling Han and prove themselves. On the other hand, when the Pang and Lei clans received the news, they immediately determined that this person was Ling Han. How could there be so many geniuses in this world? Ling Han had just appeared, and now another mysterious expert had appeared. Moreover, this mysterious genius was definitely going to Frigid Water Lake to collect water essence. Who else could it be other than Ling Han? This kid must be eliminated, the upper echelons of the Lei clan ordered. At all costs, the Pang clan's patriarch personally ordered. Once the two life core realm powers became serious, the amount of power they could mobilize was astonishing. They quickly formulated a strategy to deal with Ling Han's situation. This time, they would make this kid disappear completely. The experts of the two clans set out, bringing with them the treasures that they had paid a great price to obtain, and rushed towards Frigid Water Lake. Frigid Water Lake. Ling Han had already stayed here for 10 days, but his harvest was still very little, completely incomparable to that of the extreme Flame Valley. He sighed ruefully. No wonder, even though everyone knew of the existence of a good thing like the 5 Elements fortune pill, there were still so few people who were willing to refine it. Just look at this Frigid Water Lake. It was difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, Ling Han would not give up. He had a kind of obsession towards perfection. Even if he knew that this was the best, he would not be willing to lose even a little bit. It was precisely because of this that he had become the strongest celestial paragon. On this day, he once again floated to the surface of the water, climbing onto an ice floe to rest. This ice floe was very small, not much bigger than an ordinary house. He looked into the distance, only to see a figure walking over on the waves at an extremely fast speed. Xiao, this person also discovered Ling Han, and with a leap, he had already landed on the ice floe. Are you that mysterious person who defeated Luo Shi and Qian Sen? That person asked. He was dressed in clothes made of golden thread, and he was full of arrogance. Chapter 36:16. However, although these two stones could chase after their target, the force of impact was not that strong. Ling Han's entire body shook, and he felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood, but that was all. His physique was too strong, and it could be said that he was invincible in the mystery realm. Moreover, the battle prowess here was limited to the mystery realm, so he could only spit out a mouthful of blood. Who was attacking him? Ling Han was furious. He did not mind sparring with others as long as he had enough essence of water, but now, someone had ambushed him. Damn it. He wanted to push the stones away to find the culprit, but the two stones were magnets, sticking tightly to each other. These were not ordinary magnets, and the magnetic force was so strong that he could not push them away. Bang! The stones fell and smashed into the ice. Logically, the ice was extremely sturdy and could not be smashed, but the interaction between the magnets produced a strong heat that quickly melted the ice. Xiao, xiao, xiao. One figure after another flew over. Ha ha ha, Ling Han, you didn't expect this, did you? There were a total of 7 people, and they all sneered. You killed the Qilin son of our Lei clan, and you think you can get away with it? Even if you hide here, we can still take you down. Ling Han's heart trembled. So it was the Lei and Pang clans again. He sneered, a life core tier force can only use such despicable tricks. Don't talk nonsense with him. Take him down quickly, or he'll sink, someone urged. Okay. Someone walked over and was about to grab the magnets. Ling Han could not let them succeed. Otherwise, once he left the ice lake, he would not be able to escape death. Wang, he activated the killing intent attack and spat out a golden sword, slashing towards that person. That person was completely unprepared. Ling Han was already trapped between the two magnets, so how could he have the strength to attack him? Under the killing intent attack, his expression became sluggish, and he was slashed by the golden sword, directly ending his life. A powerful cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm had died just like that. Everyone else was stunned. They did not expect Ling Han to be able to kill a Foundation establishment powerhouse in a second under such circumstances. It was like he was harvesting grass. Pung! The magnet melted the ice and fell into the water, bringing Ling Han down with it. No one dared to come forward. With the precedent set, who would dare to throw away their lives? Therefore, the 6 of them could only watch as Ling Han sank into the water. After a while, they came to their senses and blushed. Facing a nobody from the secret realm, they actually did not dare to make a move. This is so embarrassing. However, since this brat has sunk to the bottom of the lake, he's dead for sure, someone said in embarrassment. Yes. The others nodded in agreement. That's a green-red magnet that has been dyed in the blood of experts. It's not something that brat can break free from. Therefore, he was either frozen to death, suffocated to death, or crushed to death due to exhaustion. There is no fourth possibility. For the sake of safety, let's go down and take a look. Okay. The 6 of them entered the water one after another, wrapping themselves with flame energy to fight against the chill. They accelerated and soon caught up with the 2 magnets that were almost merged together. They could clearly see that they were sinking rapidly with Ling Han. However, after a while, they stopped following. They had already gone very deep underwater and the water pressure was getting more and more terrifying. If they continued, their bodies would be crushed by the pressure. There was no other way. They could only use the strength of a secret realm cultivator here. Therefore, they stopped one after another and watched as Ling Han and the 2 magnets sank deeper and deeper until they disappeared into the darkness. They began to float up, jumping out of the water and standing on the ice floes. He's dead. The 6 of them nodded. This time, Ling Han had no chance of survival. In the lake, Ling Han was trying to think of a solution. The attraction of the 2 magnets was too terrifying. He could not break free at all, and he could not enter the spirit-fostering gourd either. There was no way forward or backward. Not only that, he also needed to resist the crushing force of the magnets and communicate with the flame energy. Otherwise, he would be frozen to death before he was crushed to death. More importantly, he was still at the bottom of the lake. Without air, an hour was his limit. Could he only choose between being crushed to death, frozen to death, or suffocated to death? The magnets continued to sink. Ling Han's mind was racing. He had to get out as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have to face an even more serious problem, water pressure. Destructive energy. This was the only solution that Ling Han could think of. It had to work. Due to the limitations of his psychic energy, he withdrew the flame energy and circulated the destruction energy. In an instant, his hands and legs were shrouded in black energy. Under the powerful destruction energy, his shoes instantly turned into nothingness. Ling Han reached out and pressed on the magnets, but to his disappointment, the magnets did not change at all. No effect. No, it might be that the magnets themselves were made of amazing materials, so they could not be destroyed in a few blows. He could not give up. Ling Han continuously activated the destructive energy. Right now, he could only risk it all. If he could not break the magnets, he would not be able to escape death. The magnets sank rapidly. This thing was abnormally heavy and sank very, very quickly. The water pressure came crazily. Ling Han only felt that every part of his body was being crushed. His skin instantly broke, and blood flowed out, leaving behind a long line of blood that went straight to the bottom of the lake. Fortunately, Ling Han had cultivated the true extreme state of each realm. His body was incomparably strong, and he could withstand the bone barrier. He was still sinking, and blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, and ears. At this moment, he found that his hands and feet had a slight area to move. A portion of the magnets had been destroyed. Ling Han's spirit was lifted, and he hurriedly continued. Water pressure, compression, and extreme cold. Ling Han had to face 3 major problems at the same time. If it was someone else, any one of these problems would be fatal, but he managed to withstand it. The 7 transformations made his blood energy incomparably vigorous, and he had no problem resisting the cold for a short period of time. Heavy, 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 heavy. Ling Han was in a race against time. If he really reached the bottom of the lake, he might not even have the strength to swim back up. The space he had to move in was getting larger and larger, and the water pressure was getting more and more terrifying. Suddenly, Ling Han felt his body tremble, and then he collapsed. He had reached the bottom of the lake. Ling Han came to a sudden realization. This place was too dark, and he could not see anything at all without using his eye ability. But after his feet stepped into the mud, he naturally came to his senses. The water pressure here was too terrifying. Ling Han felt as if even his bones were trembling, and even the qi and blood that he had obtained after the 7th transformation was almost unable to sustain his life force. His life force was rapidly diminishing. Ling Han still did not give up. For a person like him, even if he was about to take his last breath, he would still fight. Destructive energy surged. Ling Han let out a silent roar, making one last attempt. Ka, the magnets made a crisp sound. Chapter 36:17. The magnet was about to break. Ling Han hurriedly gathered his remaining courage and increased the intensity of the destructive energy. His spiritual power was almost exhausted. If he couldn't break the magnet, then he really had no other way. He was even overloading now, and he only felt that his head was swollen. Loosened, loosened, loosened. Ling Han struggled with all his might, and his whole body immediately floated upwards, while the 2 magnets joined together. However, if he were to tug again, he would discover that the magnets would very easily separate. Because the structure was severely damaged by the destructive energy, the magnetic force was naturally not strong. Ling Han couldn't resist it anymore and hurriedly entered the spirit-nourishing gourd. The moment he entered, he seemed to see a light in the distance. How could there be light at the bottom of such a deep lake? With a vague thought, Ling Han entered the gourd and immediately fainted. Vaguely, he seemed to hear Tang Yun shouting, "Smelly Ling Han, why are you so miserable? Don't faint, otherwise who will cook for me? This damn child, she only knows how to eat. I will definitely teach her a lesson later." He finally fainted. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Ling Han was woken up by a feeling of suffocation. "Ling Han, what the hell are you doing?" Tang Yun bared her teeth. "What does it have to do with me if you can't think straight and jump into the lake? Why do you have to jump with me?" She went out earlier, but she was almost squeezed into minced meat by the water pressure. Fortunately, she still had a secret treasure on her, which played a role in time, allowing her to escape into the gourd again. But although the space of the gourd was not small, it couldn't withstand the breathing of 2 people. Now the air content was getting lower and lower. She still didn't know how to save and hold her breath, but Ling Han didn't know that he had fainted and consumed most of the air. Ling Han chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I have almost recovered. I will take you out now." His physique was really strong. After just sleeping like this, his external injuries were almost healed, and his mental power had also recovered a little. But to return to his best state, he still had to return to the shore. "You better hurry up, or else I'll become a suffocating ghost." Tang Yunner stuck out her tongue. "If I die, then I'll hang behind you every day to scare you." Ling Han chuckled and exited the gourd. Just as he was about to float up, he suddenly recalled the scene he saw when he entered the gourd. There should be enough time for him to look for it after he stopped. The water pressure was astonishing, but Ling Han had endured it for so long before. Moreover, it was under the pressure of the magnetic stones. Naturally, it was easier for him now. The main reason was that his physique was too tyrannical and too comprehensive. Otherwise, even if there were people who had cultivated 7 bones, their internal organs would not be able to withstand such pressure, and their hearts and livers would explode. He circled around the lake, and sure enough, Ling Han caught a glimpse of that bright light again. He hurriedly swam towards that place. Although he couldn't display his speed in the lake, it was convenient for him to be strong. His feet tapped on the bottom of the lake, and an enormous force immediately erupted, propelling him forward like a swordfish. It was just that there were no water elemental creatures at the bottom of the lake. This place could crush all existences in the secret realm. As Ling Han approached, the light grew bigger and bigger, and gradually revealed its true appearance. Ling Han couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. It was actually a palace. There was actually a palace at the bottom of the cold lake. He quickly arrived nearby and saw that the entire palace was wrapped in a curtain of light. He tried to reach out and touched it, and was surprised to find that the curtain of light was like mud. His hand squeezed through just like that. Ling Han's curiosity was too great. He almost didn't hesitate, and his whole body also squeezed in. After one step, he suddenly felt his body become light. The water pressure disappeared. This was an empty space, without a drop of water at all. Ling Han was surprised. He knew how terrifying the water pressure was, but this layer of light that he could easily pass through could actually block it. This was full of contradictions. Baby is suffocating to death. Tang Yun came out of the gourd and breathed heavily. After entering this space, the essence-nourishing gourd naturally replenished the air, and also let the little girl know that she had already left the bottom of the lake. She looked around and couldn't help but reveal a look of novelty, because there was a vast ocean around her, and in front of her was a huge palace. This was a scene that she never expected. Ling Han, where did you kidnap me to? Ling Han knocked lightly on her head, and said, no one abducted and sold you. As if. The little girl muttered. Since they were already here, they had to go take a look no matter what. Now they were in the square in front of the palace. The bricks were like white jade, so bright that they could almost be used as mirrors. Tang Yun took a step and almost slipped. This immediately piqued her interest, and she began to ice skate. Come and play. She giggled. No matter how mischievous she was still a child. Ling Han smiled, and he strode in the direction of the palace gate. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After a few steps, Ling Han couldn't help but stop in horror, because the palace gate wasn't even the slightest bit closer. He looked back again, and found that he didn't move forward at all. What the hell was this? Ling Han stared at his own feet, and then walked again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His pace was normal. He looked back again, and still hadn't taken a step out. But wasn't the little girl skating? Wait a minute. Ling Han walked along the periphery of the palace, and sure enough, he immediately felt the change in his perspective. He could only walk in circles, and couldn't get close. Ling Han walked around the palace, but no matter which position he walked towards the palace gate, he couldn't move forward. He thought for a while, and came to a position directly facing the palace gate, and decided to fight to the death from here. Ling Han, this place is so strange. The little girl said, there's definitely a formation set up, but it's too brilliant, and I can't find any traces at all. Ling Han expressed his agreement. He activated his ocular technique, and couldn't find any traces of a formation. It could only be said that the person who set up this formation was too brilliant. Since that was the case, Ling Han decided to walk forward with a single thought. At most, it would just be a waste of time, but there might be amazing opportunities here, just for the strangeness of this square. He started to walk, but if he used the little girl beside him as a reference, he didn't move an inch at all. When he used imminent, yet worlds apart, it was the same. He could only see his body trembling, but his position didn't change. Ling Han stopped. The burden of imminent, yet worlds apart was too great, and he couldn't take it anymore. He just walked at a normal pace, and his eyes were sharp. After half a day, Tang Yun complained that she was hungry. Ling Han threw food to her for her to heat up, which made the little girl very dissatisfied, and she complained that Ling Han was abusing children. Ling Han had a feeling that this might be a test. Chapter 36:18. Ling Han believed in his own judgment. This was a test of his soul and willpower. If he wasn't resolute enough, then he could only look at the temple and sigh. He exploited the fruits of little Loli's labor and ate them in big mouthfuls. His feet didn't stop at all. This naturally made Tang Yun cry out in anger and almost rushed up to fight him. Fortunately, little Loli was still reasonable. But she thought that Ling Han's efforts were futile. Since he kept going in circles, how could he break the formation? Sigh, I met an idiot. She shrugged and licked the milk candy while watching Ling Han's performance. Ling Han didn't take it to heart. He just stuck to his initial judgment and followed his heart. A day passed quickly. Although the sun couldn't be seen here, with the optical computer, he naturally knew when it was almost sunrise. Ling Han had even stopped his cultivation. He was determined to stay here and fight. Ling Han, you are the #1 idiot in the world. The little Loli did not admire Ling Han's determination and tenacity in the slightest, and instead began to make sarcastic remarks. Ling Han only chuckled. After walking for a whole day, his body was a little tired, but he didn't have any intention of stopping. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Little Loli was very dissatisfied. Why did she have to be responsible for cooking for her and Ling Han? She was still a baby, okay? But Ling Han completely became a shopkeeper who didn't have to do anything. She couldn't let herself starve to death, right? Stinky Ling Han, damn Ling Han, I want to make a paper doll and prick you every day, Tang Yun muttered. 3 days, 4 days. After traveling continuously for 4 days without any rest or sleep, even with Ling Han's strong physique, he still felt tired, and had an urge to lie down and sleep. But if he collapsed now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? Ling Han, you're really stubborn. Haven't you considered that this method is completely futile? You'll only waste more and more time. Little Loli couldn't take it anymore. It was too boring. There was nothing to do here, and she was always looking at the same scenery. She had already vomited. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't withstand the water pressure, she would have already gone ashore. 6 days, 7 days, 8 days. Even though he wasn't fighting and was just running, Ling Han was still as tired as a dog. His breathing was like a bellows, and his clothes had long been soaked in sweat. His hair was also wet and stuck together. The soles of his shoes were already broken, and there were many blisters and even blood on the soles of his feet. His appearance could be said to be extremely tragic. Even so, Ling Han's eyes were still bright and his will was firm. In fact, his body had already reached its limit, and he was relying on his willpower to persevere. Ling Han gritted his teeth. His legs moved forward due to inertia, and he could no longer feel anything. In fact, Ling Han also knew that this might be a waste of effort, but after running for 3 days, he treated it as a form of training. This was a test of willpower. In a situation where there was no pressure of life and death, to see how far he could persevere. He believed that after this training, his willpower would become a lot stronger, and he would be able to stimulate all the power in his body, which would also be very beneficial to his cultivation. He had always been climbing his limits, and this was also a kind of limit. Running like this, the consumption of physical strength and mystical power was relatively small, but after running for 9 days, Ling Han's physical strength and mystical power were completely exhausted. If an enemy really came to him now, they could easily kill him. Unfortunately, who could go down to the bottom of a lake like this? If they could really go down, it would probably be a super powerful person like a venerable or even a saint. Even if Ling Han was in perfect condition, he would not be able to withstand a glance from that person. He was confident and dared to exhaust himself. He had no physical strength, no secret power, and even his mind power had been completely used up. Ling Han was now really relying on a tenacious will to move. He already had no way to activate his movement technique, and could only rely on his 2 legs to move mechanically. Little Loli was still laughing at him for the first few days, but she later shut her mouth. Even if she thought that Ling Han was wasting his life, seeing his tenacious willpower, she could only admire him. Such a person was worthy of respect. Oh my, although this guy doesn't have a divine body, nor is he an immortal seed, his willpower is too terrifying, little Loli said secretly. It's really strange, how did he cultivate such powerful combat power, coupled with such willpower? It would be difficult for him not to become a powerful person. Ling Han's pace was getting slower and slower. His willpower was indeed tenacious, but after all, he was still flesh and blood, and he still had to be restricted by his body. Although limits were meant to be broken, there was still an end. He was about to reach the end now, step by step, and he was as slow as a turtle. But at this moment, Tang Yun suddenly opened her mouth. She was extremely surprised to see that Ling Han was approaching the palace step by step. Fuck, he really can do it. Previously, whether Ling Han ran or walked, he did not move, but now he was actually approaching the palace. Really, he did it. The owner of this palace must also be a one-track-minded fool, little Loli said with certainty. Ling Han himself did not feel anything at all. His mind was blank, and there was only one thought: go, 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 go. The plaza was very big, but it was only about 300 meters wide. Ling Han's speed was very slow, step by step like a turtle, but he was still constantly approaching. About half an hour later, Ling Han arrived at the entrance of the palace. At this time, there was really no way to enter. Ling Han suddenly came to his senses, so I have already walked over. His heart relaxed, and he immediately fell forward. He let out a sound of snoring, and instantly fell asleep. At the same time he fell, with a creak, the palace's door opened by itself. Ling Han, Ling Han. Little Loli called out from afar. She had no way of going over, and she was also not interested in running for 10 days to meet up with Ling Han. After such a long time, this guy must have crawled up. She did not believe that Ling Han would die. This guy was like a tenacious cockroach. After sleeping for a day and a night, Ling Han woke up. Pain, pain, pain. He could not help but grit his teeth. His whole body felt like it was falling apart, and when he propped himself up, the pain was indescribable. However, his essence, qi, and spirit were extraordinarily exuberant, at least a lot stronger than before. He took out some medicine and treated himself, then turned to look at little Loli behind him, and shouted, "You wait there, I will go in and take a look." Even if you did not say, I did not intend to go in. Little Loli licked the milk candy, her face full of arrogance. Fuck. Ling Han turned around and walked towards the palace. So cold. Ling Han could not help but shiver. He hurriedly stimulated the flame energy, but found that it was useless. This cold did not come from the flesh, but from the soul. It was as if he had entered the netherworld. Chapter 36-20. Ling Han was stunned. Fuck, this is crystal essence. How hard is this thing to fight? Even with Ling Han's strength and the help of the 7 milk babies, it would take him a few years to get one. However, there were quite a few here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were a total of 6 water balls, which meant 6 crystal essences. Done. Ling Han was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the crystal essences, which gave him a headache, would be settled in such a way. He hurriedly kept the crystal essences. He had already taken 6. It didn't matter that he didn't need so many. He could sell them. Just for these 6 crystal essences, this trip was worth it. Ling Han was even more expectant. What good things would there be in the second half of the palace? He no longer stared at those withered celestial medicines. He quickly entered the second half of the palace. Come on, use treasures to smash me to death. I don't mind. the second half of the palace was the same. The majestic bronze pillars stood tall. It was unknown how long they had existed, but they would exist forever. Black smoke came out. Ghosts were formed. The bronze pillars glowed and were easily destroyed. Ling Han couldn't even be bothered to look at them now. Anyway, once the light pillars twisted, the ghosts definitely wouldn't be able to survive. The palace was huge, but there was an end. However, before he reached the end, he saw a person standing in front of him. It was just a back view, but it was like a sun in the dark galaxy. It was incomparably dazzling and covered everything. He only felt the blood in his body boiling. An incomparably strong reverence rose in his heart. He wanted to kneel down and worship. Was this an ancestral king? Only a great emperor who ruled over the ages could have such power, right? Was he still alive? Ling Han forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart. This was a difference in the level of life. The other party was much, much stronger than him. He didn't even have the qualifications to compare. However, Ling Han could admit that he was weak. But in terms of spirit, he wouldn't lower his head. He gritted his teeth and insisted that he wouldn't kneel down. "Senior," he said with a trembling voice. It wasn't because he was afraid. It was because he couldn't control his muscles. The other party acted as if he didn't hear him. He still stood there. He was dressed in white and was as agile as an immortal. "Ignore me, hang up anyway." Ling Han felt that the other party's condition was a bit strange. For an existence like this, the fire of life should be burning fiercely, and his vitality should be astonishing. But now, although he was dazzling, he lacked vitality. If the other party was still alive, he should be even more terrifying. He could destroy the world with a single thought. Ling Han moved his body with great difficulty. He couldn't get any closer. If he moved even a little bit closer, his skin would rupture. This wasn't a misconception, because he had tested it before. Just by moving a bit, there would be blood gushing out from his body. If he moved even a bit further, he believed that his body would explode. So what if he cultivated his physique with 7 bones and 7 veins? In front of such an existence, he was nothing but trash. Was this really an ancestral king? Ling Han moved to the other side. Although he wasn't close to the man in white, he could see the man's face from this angle. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was incomparably handsome, and even with his eyes closed, he had an indescribable domineering aura, as if he was the center of the world, and there was no one else but him. However, this was really a dead person, with no vitality. See, even a dead person was so powerful. It was impossible to get close to him. He could explode a person alive. Just at this moment, the man's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Damn, what the hell? No, the corpse came to life. Ling Han was startled, but the man in white was dissipating like smoke. His body was like dust, scattering layer by layer, returning to the world. A voice rang out in Ling Han's consciousness. It was like a great bell, but also like the beginning of the universe, and the great Tao was passed down. My name is Wu Qingshu. In order to pursue the path of emperor, I racked my brains and found this palace of great Emperor Wuya. The more I understand great Emperor Wuya's achievements, the more I admire him. Thus, I decided to stay here and guard the coffin of great Emperor Wuya. Although I can't become an emperor, my heart has no regrets. Ling Han was dumbfounded. This man in white wasn't an ancestral king, but someone who wanted to become an ancestral king. Ancestral kings were also known as great emperors and sacred emperors. They weren't emperors like Chen Fengyan, but emperors of martial art who suppressed all experts in the world. However, despite having such great ambitions, Wu Qingshu himself was an incomparably powerful existence. Yet, because he came into contact with great Emperor Wuya's life experiences, he gave up on the idea of becoming an emperor and was willing to guard the coffin. Venerable, sage? Most likely a sage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to pursue the path of emperor. This was too exaggerated. Was the glory of a great emperor so dazzling that it could even make a sage give up on the decision of becoming an emperor? Even if Wu Qingxiu didn't give up, the possibility of him becoming an emperor was infinitely zero. What exactly did this great emperor Wuya do when he was alive? He actually made a sage endure the loneliness of eternity in this godforsaken place and grow old alone for the rest of his life. The great emperor set up this palace in order to suppress a yin eye in the world, to prevent ghosts from coming out and harming the world. However, even a great emperor can't fight against the vicissitudes of time. At this moment, it has already been hundreds of millions of years since the great emperor left behind this palace. Even the emperor's mark has started to fade. I used my entire life's effort to barely strengthen the emperor's mark. It should be able to last for another 10 million years. The person who came later, since you were able to come here, it means that your wisdom, willpower, and potential are all top-notch. You have a chance of becoming a sage in the future. If you become a sage, I hope that you can come here again and strengthen the emperor's mark. The great emperor left behind a fortuitous encounter here. Because I'm determined to guard the coffin here for the rest of my life, I didn't take it and left it for you to use. Wu Qingxiu's voice became weaker. After saying a few more words, he finally disappeared. Ling Han was speechless for a long time. He was filled with admiration for Wu Qingxiu. Sages, there were only a few of them in the world, and they were pitifully few. Apart from the ancestral king, they were the most powerful. As for the ancestral king, there could only be one in an era. Therefore, sages were equivalent to standing at the peak of the world. Such a powerful cultivator was willing to guard the coffin here. On one hand, he admired great Emperor Wuya, and on the other hand, he wanted to suppress the eye of Yin. How could such a breadth of mind not be respected? Wu Qingxiu had completely turned into nothingness. He had used all his power to strengthen the emperor's mark. Now that his obsession was gone, his entire being had disappeared. With a person gone and his path empty, there was naturally no pressure. Ling Han immediately recovered. He sighed inwardly. There would always be people who did great things in the world, and those who came later could only admire them. However, if it were him, he wouldn't choose to do the same as Wu Qingxiu. Instead, he would work hard to become an ancestral king and kill his way into the eye of Yin to solve the problem once and for all. Of course, even great Emperor Wuya only left a palace to suppress it. This eye of Yin would be extremely difficult to plow. Ling Han walked forward. Great Emperor Wuya was very broad-minded and left an extremely precious treasure for the latter. In front of him, there was a fist-sized piece of dark golden metal on a stone table. Streaks of chaotic aura dripped down from it. Each strand was extremely heavy, comparable to a star. Lightning flashed as if it could split the sky and earth. End of chapter. Chapter 36-21. This was not an exaggeration. Because this was mother gold, a precious material used by the ancestral kings. Every ancestral monarch would search for mother gold after achieving the Tao and forge their own weapons. They were called sovereign weapons, imperial weapons, or ancestral artifacts. Mother gold was the general name for this material. There were many types, such as fairy tears gold, infinite dark iron, and mysterious earth source qi. But each material was extremely rare, and there was only one in the world. Even an ancestral king might not find a piece of mother gold in his lifetime. This was not due to lack of strength, but luck. However, great Emperor Wuya had obtained 2 pieces of mother gold. One was obtained in his early years and was forged into a monarch weapon, the Extreme Path Sword. The other was obtained in his later years and was never forged into a monarch weapon. Instead, he left it here and gave it to someone who was fated with it. In reality, mother gold was also divided into high and low grades, but the difference was very small. This mother gold was ranked in the top 10 of all mother gold. There was no specific ranking in the top 10. They were all extremely precious. This mother gold was called Chaotic Extreme Thunder. Legend had it that it was formed in chaos and was hammered by heavenly thunder for countless years in the pool of lightning. Only then did it become the size of a fist. There was no need to worry about not having enough. Once the mother gold was cast into a weapon, it could be enlarged or shrunk at will. The only difference was that the larger the original size of the mother gold, the stronger the weapon would be after it was cast. But mother gold was too rare. Every time one appeared, it was about the size of a fist. There was no difference. Ling Han's heart pounded. He was only at the enlightenment state, not even on the path of immortality. Yet he had obtained a mother gold that could be forged into a weapon exclusive to an ancestral king. Keep it. Ling Han walked over. Following the method Wu Qingshu taught him, he stored the mother gold in his spatial artifact. This was only the primitive mother of gold and had not been forged into a weapon. Otherwise, he would not have been able to collect it so easily. If it had been forged by the ancestral king himself, then once it was unleashed, a wisp of its aura would be enough to shatter a saint's body and kill him. An ancestral weapon, in a sense, represented an ancestral king. An ancestral king's lifespan was limited, but ancestral weapons were everlasting. Even after putting away the mother gold, Ling Han still felt like he was in a dream. This harvest was so great that he could not believe it. Who would believe that I already have a piece of mother gold before I even set foot on the path to immortality? Ling Han murmured. I'm sure that even the son of an ancestral king or the daughter of a great emperor doesn't have the right to enjoy such treatment. Mother gold was too rare. Even the strongest ancestor kings in the world could only obtain one piece of mother gold in their lifetime. Some might not even get one. Emperor Wuya's luck was heaven-defying. In addition to the mother gold, there was also a jade bottle on the table, half filled with water. That's innate Tao water. What's it for? An environment that could resist extreme heat. Before the mother gold was forged into a weapon, it was extremely sturdy. Even if all the saints in the world worked together, they would not be able to break a corner of it. They had to go to a place where the heavenly flame was burning to forge it. The heavenly Tao flame could burn sages to death. If Ling Han were to go now, he would be courting death. But as long as he consumed the innate Tao water, he would be able to suppress the heavenly Tao flame and complete the forging of the mother gold. Emperor Wuya was very thoughtful. Not only did he give the mother gold, he even prepared the materials needed to forge it. This ancestral weapon had to be forged by himself. Only with a trace of his soul would he be able to connect with the weapon and command it as he wished. Senior, don't worry. Since I've obtained this fortune, I will bear the corresponding responsibility. In the future, when I cultivate the great Tao, I will definitely wipe out this Yin Eye and eliminate all future troubles. Ling Han said. He had made a Tao oath, so he would definitely fulfill it. He bowed towards the end of the palace, thanking Emperor Wuya for leaving him a piece of mother gold. This favor from a lifetime ago was too much. Ling Han walked back and quickly returned to the garden. He then left the front hall and came to the square. In the distance, the little girl was sitting on the ground, bored. She didn't even lick the milk candy. She had probably eaten too much and lost her appetite. Ling Han walked back to the edge of the square and easily walked over. He didn't need to walk for another 10 days. Let's go back, he said. What did you get? The little girl's eyes widened. She was also a curious baby. Ling Han smiled faintly, and took out a crystal origin. There's actually crystal inside. Tang Yun-er's face was full of surprise, but she immediately replied with an "Oh." This is the frigid water lake. It's not strange for there to be crystal inside the palace. At least you didn't waste 10 days of running. Ling Han let out a "ha" and put the little girl into the energy-nourishing gourd, preparing to leave. He didn't say anything about the mother gold. It wasn't that he didn't trust the little girl, but that the mother gold was really too precious. Tang Yun-er might not have any evil thoughts, but what if she let it slip and others found out? This was a treasure that even saints were tempted by. Even if it couldn't become an ancestral weapon without the ancestral king's methods, it would still be a top-notch saint weapon made by a saint. It was enough to be invincible among saints. For such a secret, the fewer people who knew, the better. Ling Han took a deep breath, then stepped out of the screen of light. Instantly, an endless pressure assaulted him, causing even his bones to creak. Let's go. He quickly floated up, and after about 10 minutes, white appeared above. He was almost at the top. With a splash, Ling Han broke through the water surface. It didn't matter if there was no floating ice. He had already been inspired. His feet quickly stepped on the water surface, providing him with buoyancy and allowing him to stand on the water surface. Ling Han identified the direction and walked quickly. In just half an hour, he arrived at the shore. Ling Han disguised himself and waited to meet the milk babies. It just so happened that 3 days later was the agreed time to meet. In addition to cultivation, Ling Han was looking for where to find the heavenly flame. It wasn't on the Moonlight Star, so he had to go to a super large star where the ancestral king could achieve enlightenment. Ling Han asked the little girl about it. Coincidentally, she came from such a large star. The problem was that Tang Yun didn't want to go back at all. There's no hurry. I'm only at the enlightenment realm now. Even with the help of the Khanate Dao water, it's hard to escape death if I enter the land of the heavenly flame. I have to enter the celestial path first. Okay, I'll refine the 5 elements fortune pill now and break through the celestial path. I'll just pretend that I didn't get the source gold. 3 days later, the milk babies returned one after another. When they learned that Ling Han had obtained the crystal element, they were naturally happy for him. They were also liberated and didn't have to search for water elemental creatures every day. It was extremely boring. Dad, where are we going now? Second baby asked. To collect some interest, Ling Han said lightly. He had almost been killed by the Pang and Lei families. He had to take revenge. Although it was because of them that he had obtained the source gold, that was 2 different things. Chapter 36-22. How do you want to take revenge? Tang Yun asked. First, don't expect me to help you. You're not cute at all. Ling Han smiled. I don't need your help. Hey, do you really think you can rival a Life Core Realm force? Little Lolita was very surprised. Under the absolute suppression of strength, Ling Han couldn't compete with the Lei and Pang families no matter what method he used. Ling Han shook his finger. Little girl, don't just think about fighting and killing all day long. I'm such a smart person. Do you think I only know how to fight head-on? Tang Yun immediately revealed an excited expression. Then, are you going to set a fire? Hearing the word, set a fire, the 7 children became excited at the same time. This was very fun. Ling Han's forehead was full of black lines. What's wrong with children nowadays? He shook his head. I'm not setting a fire. Then, how are you going to take revenge? Tang Yun was puzzled. Ling Han smiled and took out a crystal. He smiled and said, I'm going to sell this crystal to the Pang family. Handsome, uncle, are you confused? Tang Yun stretched out her small hand and pressed it on Ling Han's forehead. Strange, it's not hot. How did it burn into an idiot? Ling Han unhappily pushed her hand away and said, What are you doing? Uncle, the Pang family originally wanted to use the 5 elements crystal to refine the 5 elements fortune pill, but you brought the crystal to their door. Aren't you helping them? Tang Yun looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. Uncle, you've suffered too much. You've become stupid. Ling Han shook his head. The so-called genius of the Pang family wants to reach the peak of his life, so the Pang family definitely won't refuse this crystal. It's over. Little Lolita hugged her head. This handsome big brother had already gone mad. The 7 milk babies came to their senses. They had followed Ling Han for a very long time, and naturally had no lack of understanding of Ling Han's personality. "Father, are you trying to tamper with this crystal?" asked the eldest child. "When the Pang family gathers the 5-element crystal essence and refines the 5-element fortune pill, that idiot from the Pang family will eat it. Not only will he not be able to break through the shackles in his body, but he will also be in big trouble." Second baby clapped his hands. "When the time comes, father will reveal his identity. The Pang family will know that they were tricked by father. They will definitely die of anger," the invisible sixth baby said. "Daddy is indeed a scammer," the proud third brother concluded. Ling Han laughed. That was indeed what he thought. Tang Yuner was depressed. Her IQ was even lower than a milk baby now. How could she be the big sister of the milk babies in the future? "Ling Han, how are you going to do something to the crystal yuan? Do you think the Pang family won't check it?" She poured cold water on him. This was indeed a problem. Ling Han nodded and said, "I already have an idea, but I don't know if it will work." He wanted to inject destructive energy into the crystal yuan, but he wrapped it with his own will and didn't use it immediately. When he was refining the 5-element fortune pill, the destructive energy would surge out and directly destroy the pill. Of course, it would be even better if he could give the Pang family's genius some fake medicine. In the next few days, Ling Han rushed to the Pang family's ancestral land while studying the crystal yuan. He wanted to know what method he should use. The crystal yuan was no different from a drop of water, but it was very condensing and wouldn't shatter. However, it couldn't be broken either. Once it was broken, it could still condense, but a large amount of essence would be lost, which would affect the effect of the pill. Lose the essence? No, this could be seen clearly from the outside. If he did something like this, the Pang family would definitely find out. Or I can concoct a drop of medicine that can perfectly fuse with the crystal yuan, thoughts flew through Ling Han's mind. Injecting destructive energy was the last resort. He would only use this move if all other methods were useless. He began to search for information to concoct such a medicine. With his level of alchemy, there was still hope for it. Thus, he stopped in a small city for 2 days and successfully concocted a drop of liquid. Condensing agent can prolong the time of refining pills. It's originally used in alchemy, but adding a condensing agent under inappropriate circumstances will destroy the effect of alchemy. I used 3 methods to fuse it with the crystal yuan. Even if you cut it open and study it carefully, you won't be able to see it unless you have profound alchemy skills. This is a lesson for you. Don't ever offend an alchemist. Ling Han revealed a satisfied smile. He had already fused the condensing agent with the crystal yuan. Next, he had to find a way to sell it to the Pang family. This was extremely simple. Ling Han arrived at Qingling City. This was where the Pang family's ancestral land was. In this city, the Pang family was also the absolute ruler. After changing his appearance, Ling Han went to the local auction house and took out the crystal yuan, indicating that he wanted to auction it. This naturally shocked the auction house. Crystal yuan. Ordinary secret realm cultivators had to fight for hundreds of years, and they had to ensure that they did not die and stay in the frigid water lake all the time to obtain it. How precious was it? Experts on the immortal path naturally did not care about it, but for secret realm cultivators, it was extremely precious. It could unlock more shackles and break through to the limits of the mortal realm. Especially for geniuses, it was indescribably precious. Unfortunately, there was only one crystal yuan. If there were other crystal yuan of the 5 elements, the price could be pushed even higher if they were sold together. The auction house immediately said that they would start the auction as soon as possible and use this crystal yuan as the finale. Ling Han waited in the city for 2 days before someone from the Pang family came to find him. It was a middle-aged man who directly barged into the courtyard that Ling Han had booked, his face full of pride. "Kid, I heard that you auctioned a crystal yuan." He looked down at Ling Han. "Go and cancel the auction. I want it." Ling Han had already put the 7 children and Tang Yun, into the spirit-nourishing gourd to avoid exposing his identity. He deliberately showed a puzzled expression and said, "Sir, if you need the crystal yuan, you can participate in the auction. As long as you have enough wealth, you can naturally obtain it. You don't want to sell it to me?" The middle-aged man said coldly. Ling Han shook his head. "I've already handed it over to the auction house. If I suddenly cancel it, wouldn't I be a dishonest person? Do you know who I am?" The middle-aged man said coldly. "You must be a dog of the Pang family. Otherwise, how could you be so arrogant?" That was what Ling Han said in his heart, but his face showed a blank expression. "Who are you?" "My name is Pang Li, the Pang of the Pang family," the middle-aged man said proudly. Ling Han sneered in his heart. It was just a secret realm cultivator, what was there to be arrogant about? But it made sense. Even if the Pang family was a life-state pill force, there were not many experts on the immortal path. Most of them were definitely clansmen in the mortal realm. He smiled. "So you're from the Pang family. Sorry for the disrespect. However, I still say the same thing. I can't be a person who breaks his promise." Chapter 36-24. When the tree ant collapsed, there was a ray of light near its roots. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a drop of green liquid that was pitifully small. Wood essence. Ling Han put away the wood essence and continued to search for new tree ants. He had thought that tree ants were plant type and indifferent, which was why he did not directly attack them. Killing them without rhyme or reason was not in line with Ling Han's way of doing things. But now that the tree ants were so fierce, Ling Han could kill them without any psychological burden. He searched for new tree ants and then attacked without hesitation. After half a day, he had gained quite a lot, but this efficiency could not compare to that of Extreme Flame Valley. It was much better than Frigid Lake, but he had a fortuitous encounter at Frigid Lake, and it had only taken him 2 months. If it was here, it might take 4 months, or even longer. Ling Han could only hope that he could find a tree ant king and gain a lot in one go. The next day, when the sun rose, Ling Han first caught the little loli to cultivate with him, and then they ate. This happened to be a cultivation node for him. This time, he had opened another 9 acupoints, and his cultivation path had taken another step forward. Ling Han continued to move. Of course, killing monsters was a very boring thing, but he had no choice. In order to become stronger in the future, he had to endure the boredom and loneliness. "Brat, stop." Not long after he started walking, someone called out to him. The other party was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He held a knife in his hand and had a fierce look on his face. "Hand over the wood essence, or die." The man waved the knife in his hand. Ling Han revealed a strange smile. "You really want to rob me? Cut the crap, ah." After a while, the middle-aged man cried. That goddamn brat had not only robbed him clean, he had even stripped him naked and hung him on a tree. As long as someone showed themselves, they could admire his little sparrow. How embarrassing. Ling Han decided to go and rob others as well. This was the only way to quickly become rich and powerful. Also, the one who was fighting the tree ants here was hired by the Pang family. He started to get busy. Whenever he saw a tree man, he would beat up a tree man. Whenever he saw a martial artist, he would rob them. Sometimes, he would even fight a demonic beast. His life was really colorful. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. While Ling Han had harvested a lot of wood essence, he had also opened 63 apertures. He shuttled through the forest, looking for prey. He discovered that there was an incomparably tall tree in front of him. It was at least 1,000 feet tall, and its huge canopy was open. Even in this forest, it was like a crane among chickens. Tree Ant King Ling Han couldn't help but rejoice. There really was such an existence. "Don't even think about it," a cold voice rang out. Ling Han turned his head and saw that not far to his right, there was a young man standing with a sword on his back. His hands were behind his back, and he looked very pretentious. Although Ling Han also liked to show off, he was naturally unhappy when he saw others doing it. "Did your family plant this tree?" Ling Han asked. "Don't be so glib," the sword-bearing man said indifferently. "This is a 1,000-year-old tree. It's not something you can deal with. Don't throw your life away. Just watch from the side. Once I kill this 1,000-year-old locust tree and take its heart, you'll naturally be able to obtain its wood essence." "Oh, he was taking care of me." Ling Han looked at the tree. It was actually a 1,000-year-old monster. He smiled. Since it has lived for 1,000 years, it is clearly very good at staying alive. You might not be able to deal with it. "Humph, you don't need to worry about that." The sword-bearing man strode towards the 1,000-year-old tree. He drew his sword, and a powerful aura circulated around him. It was very extraordinary. Swish! At that moment, a black shadow actually smashed down from the tree towards the sword-bearing man. Ling Han looked carefully. It was a fruit. Was the old tree attacking first to gain the upper hand? The sword-bearing man naturally saw it as well. He drew his sword. Shwa, sword light flashed, and the fruit was cut in half. However, this was only the beginning. Hong, the two halves of the fruit suddenly exploded. Under the wild surge of energy, the sword-bearing man was instantly sent flying, coughing up blood. Fuck, what was this? An exploding fruit? Ling Han could not help but think of Misty Peak. The vegetable fields there also had such exploding fruits. Watermelons, loofah, grapes, all of them had become extremely destructive weapons. He had not expected to encounter it here again. If this really was a 1,000-year-old tree, then it could be imagined what kind of killer move it would evolve into. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A purple squirrel appeared on the trunk of the old tree. Its two front paws held a fruit, and it was squeaking downwards, an extremely angry expression on its face. Huh, could the fruit just now have been thrown by this squirrel? Wait a minute. Ling Han was a little confused. Wasn't this a locust tree? Why was a squirrel on a locust tree? Didn't it eat pine nuts? Had it changed its diet? Xiao, the purple squirrel raised its two little paws high up, and then smashed downwards. The fruit was thrown towards the sword-bearing man. Having suffered once, the sword-bearing man naturally would not repeat the same mistake. He hurriedly leaped up, dodging the throw. Boom! The fruit smashed onto the ground, instantly forming a huge explosion. Terrifying energy surged wildly, and even Ling Han, who was standing very far away, was affected. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The purple squirrel jumped up and down, as if saying, "This is my territory, don't even think about invading it." Was this throw and the exploding fruit the reason why the old locust tree could live for 1,000 years without being toppled? The sword-bearing man snorted. He attacked again, his body moving like a dragon. Shio, shio, shio. The little squirrel kept smashing the fruits down, but not a single one hit him. Just as he was about to climb up the tree, a terrifying scene appeared. At least 100 fruits smashed down at the same time. This was practically a rain of fruits, densely packed, and there was no way to dodge at all. The sword-bearing man hurriedly turned around and quickly retreated. Boom, boom, boom. The fruits exploded, forming a resplendent tide of energy. On the tree, little squirrels emerged one after another. A count showed that there were at least 100 of them. Just now, it was they who had smashed the fruits together, forcing the sword-bearing man to retreat. However, other than the first squirrel, the others had gray fur, making the purple squirrel stand out. Could it be some kind of mutant? I mean, do you need help? Ling Han asked the sword-bearing man. No need, the sword-bearing man said through gritted teeth. Then we'll go our separate ways. Ling Han naturally wouldn't listen to the other party. He leaped out and rushed towards the old locust tree. I said, watch from the side, the sword-bearing man shouted loudly, chasing after Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and swung his fist at the sword-bearing man. Boom, surging energy surged, incomparably terrifying. The sword-bearing man was shocked. He hadn't expected Ling Han's strength to be so great. He struck out with a wave of sword chi to neutralize the attack. Pooh, his sword-bearing technique was quite profound, and he was able to forcibly split apart the fist force. However, Ling Han had already fled to the front. Chapter 36-25. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The squirrels also attacked Ling Han, throwing countless fruits at him. Ling Han made his move. His hands danced, and a gentle force immediately supported the fruit. Then, he threw it to the side. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rose and fell, but not a single fruit exploded beside Ling Han. The swordsman's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Ling Han looked relaxed, but he needed to have perfect control over his strength to be able to support the fruit with a gentle force. Otherwise, the slightest mistake would cause the fruit to explode. To be able to control power to such a perfect degree, this person was simply a monster. He quickly pulled himself together and attacked as well. Ling Han was already close to the trunk of the tree. With a leap, he stepped on the trunk of the tree. Xiao, 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 he rushed toward the crown of the tree. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The squirrels were anxious and threw the fruits even faster. Ling Han kept striking out with his palms. Gentle energy surged as he delivered one fruit after another. Where do you think you're going? The sword-bearing man roared from below. A few of the fruits Ling Han had neutralized were now flying towards him. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, it wasn't on purpose. I think you did it on purpose. The sword-bearing man's heart was filled with frustration. He was certain that Ling Han had the ability to control the direction in which the fruits were thrown, but a few of them just happened to be thrown at him. This was definitely intentional. Unfortunately, he had no evidence to blame. And who asked him to follow behind Ling Han? Actually, he could go around to the other side of the tree, but if he did that, he would definitely have to endure even more attacks from the fruits. Unlike now, with Ling Han attracting all the firepower, he only needed to pay attention to the fruits that Ling Han accidentally threw over. The choice was naturally simple. Ling Han was already close to the treetop. With a squeak, all the squirrels scattered. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Weren't you guys all fierce before? Why are you all so timid now? Ling Han stood on a branch. Although it was only a branch, it was still extremely thick and solid. The little squirrels had already fled out of sight, and Ling Han had no interest in chasing after these cowards. Xiao, the sword-bearing man, also leaped up. He looked at Ling Han with a very complicated gaze. At first, he looked down on Ling Han, but in the blink of an eye, he had to rely on Ling Han's strength to get up the tree, which made him feel a little embarrassed. To think that he was a Foundation establishment powerhouse. I owe you a favor, he said. After a pause, he added, my name is Shenhan Yun. Ling Han did not even turn his head, and merely nodded. He found it strange. If there was only the squirrel army's fruit-smashing attack, although it was powerful, could it protect the old locust tree and allow it to live for thousands of years? Boom, just at this moment, the trunk of the tree suddenly shook violently, and a huge force surged out, causing Ling Han to fall from the trunk of the tree. What was going on? Not only Ling Han, but Shenhan Yun was also the same. She was also shaken off the trunk of the tree. Bang, bang, both of them fell to the ground. Fortunately, with their strength, falling from a height of 1,000 feet was not enough to injure them. Neither of them became angry because of this. Instead, they stared blankly ahead. That old locust tree had already been uprooted. Its huge crown actually twisted and changed shape. Countless branches intertwined with each other, forming a dozen or so incredibly thick arms. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrels poked their heads out from between the branches and leaves. They were all very excited. The old tree had shown its might. This time, it would be able to annihilate all the invaders. Boom, the old tree attacked. It swatted out two huge arms at Ling Han and Shen Han. Ling Han, on the other hand, felt relieved. The old locust tree could live for thousands of years because it itself had great strength, and did not rely solely on the help of the little squirrels. And its attack meant that its trump card had been revealed. Ling Han raised his fist, and met the old locust tree head-on. Boom, with a single strike, Ling Han was instantly gone. He had been forcefully smashed into the soil. Meanwhile, Shen Han slashed out with her sword. Boom, there was a flash of flames. This was a huge threat to the tree ant, and the old tree withdrew its arms in time. However, when the force swept past, it formed a strong hurricane that extinguished the high-level flame energy. Good heavens, this Uncle Tree's strength is really thick. Ling Han emerged from the soil. Although he was no match for the old locust tree's strength, his body was too powerful. This attack only caused his qi and blood to boil slightly, and was far from being able to injure him. Shwa, 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 the old locust tree shook its body. Instantly, hundreds of fruits fell at the same time, like rain, extremely dense. Run! Shen Han exclaimed, and hurriedly dodged. If his cultivation had not been suppressed, then no matter how powerful the old locust tree was, he could easily kill it with a single strike of his sword. But now, he had to be careful, or he might lose his life here. Ling Han also did not dare to take it head-on. The damage caused by the fruit's explosion was far more terrifying than the old tree's direct attack. The two of them dodged, and just as they dodged, the old locust tree swatted them again. This old tree's attack was actually quite methodical. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Han snorted. He drew on the destructive energy. In any case, with the black mass of palms swatting towards them, Shen Han could not see what was happening on his side. Bang! The palm swatted down, and Ling Han disappeared once again, slammed into the soil. But in just an instant, the old locust tree retreated again and again. All the leaves on the tree trembled, and quite a few even fell. It seemed to have suffered great damage. The palm that it had used to hit Ling Han had a hole in it, and with that as the center, all the leaves around it turned yellow. The destructive energy was too terrifying, and even the 1,000-year-old locust tree could not withstand it. Shen Han was dumbfounded. What was going on? How did Ling Han suddenly become so ferocious? Ling Han took advantage of the situation to pursue. He had already taken out the heavenly pattern jade, and its weight was completely compressed. Xiao, he struck out. 14 times the speed of sound. The old locust tree's defense was extremely high. This kind of creature had a common characteristic, and that was that it could withstand extremely powerful attacks without even feeling the slightest pain. The best way to deal with them was to cut them in half with a sharp weapon, and the second was to burn them with a fierce fire. However, the heavens were fair. While the tree ants were given extremely high defense, they also had the disadvantage of moving slowly. Even if it was a 1,000-year-old locust tree, its speed was not very high. At the very least, it could not dodge an attack that was 14 times the speed of sound. Xiao, the heavenly pattern jade struck over, and the old locust tree could only use its branches to block it. Peng, 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 but it was unable to block it. 1, 2, 3, more than a dozen of its arms were all smashed through, and under the tremendous force, these arms were even torn off. But thanks to the obstruction of these arms, the heavenly pattern jade's momentum was finally exhausted. The Trent's defense was clearly powerful. Ling Han was also astonished. He had actually not been able to kill it with a single strike. Then let's try again. He rushed out, and used the demon monkey fist, attacking at a frequency of 70 gravity. Chapter 36-26. The old locust tree was indeed very powerful. As a wood spirit, it was born with powerful defense, and it had lived for 1,000 years. Though it could not break through to the immortal path, it could be said to be at the top level in the secret-seeking realm. Before it, not just one-star geniuses, but even two-star geniuses might not be able to win. But the problem was, Ling Han was a genius that surpassed four-star geniuses. Moreover, he had too many tricks up his sleeve. Heavenly pattern jade, destructive energy, frequency attacks, any one of them was enough to raise one's battle prowess by a large margin. Now that he was using all of them on a single person, how terrifying was that? The old locust tree could not withstand it anymore, and broke into a run. On the canopy, the little squirrels were also squeaking, and some even covered their eyes with their little claws. This human was too terrifying. How could there be such a monster? Shen Hanyun was also somewhat dumbfounded. He had not expected Ling Han to become so powerful in such a short time. But his reaction was also very fast, and he immediately intercepted the old locust tree. He had to obtain the 1,000-year tree heart. Shua, sword light slashed out, and he went all out. The old locust tree was evidently extremely afraid of Ling Han, and actually chose to take Shen Hanyun's attack head-on, unwilling to stop, and ran away as fast as he could. Pooh! The sword light struck the body of the old locust tree, and its powerful defense was immediately put on display. This strike had left a deep gash on its body, but to its thick and sturdy trunk, this deep gash was completely insignificant. Shen Hanyun roared angrily, and his long sword pointed out repeatedly, unleashing a powerful attack. Leopard lunge. Sword chi shot out, and actually transformed into a black leopard, striking towards the old locust tree. But after unleashing this attack, Shen Hanyun's face also became deathly pale. This move was too much of a burden on him. One had to know that even if he recovered his foundation establishment cultivation, this attack could only be used a few times, let alone in the secret-seeking realm. It made his organs and lungs boil, and it was indescribably uncomfortable. But the power of this attack could not be underestimated. The black leopard was like an ancient monster, and under the impact, even the old locust tree staggered and fell to the ground. Ling Han caught up, and the demon monkey fist struck out again. However, he did not use the destruction energy this time. This was more than enough. How powerful was an attack of 70% gravity? With one strike, the old locust tree's leaves fell like rain. Of course, there were also fruits that fell one after another. This was still quite dangerous, and its destructive power was extremely great. Even Ling Han had to avoid it, not daring to take it head-on with his physique. It was really not worth it. Shen Hanyun did not remain idle either. She continuously launched attacks from the side, and the might of her attacks could not be underestimated. She caused quite a bit of trouble for the large locust tree. After a few dozen moves, the big pagoda tree was finally unable to hold on any longer and was blasted into two halves. Squeak! The squirrels on the tree immediately scurried away. Only when they reached a safe place did they turn around and stare angrily at Ling Han and Shen Hanyun. The purple squirrel, in particular, had an unusually rich expression on its face. Shen Hanyun took a deep breath and said, "Although I know this is a bit excessive, I still have to say it. I need the 1,000-year tree heart." "You shouldn't be here for the 1,000-year tree heart, but for the wood crystal yuan, right?" He paused for a moment before continuing. Ling Han nodded. "That's right." "Then it's easy," said Shen Hanyun. "I'll use my wood crystal yuan to exchange for it." "Oh." Ling Han was surprised. She actually had wood crystal yuan? Was this for real? Shen Hanyun explained, "This isn't my first time coming to the ironwood forest. The last time I was here, I killed a lot of wood elementals and collected a lot of wood essence. In addition, I was robbed by some people, so I collected a lot of wood essence from them. I just happened to be able to make a portion of wood crystal yuan." Ling Han thought for a moment, then said, "All right, I'll trade. However, I didn't bring any wood crystal yuan with me." You'll need to come back with me, said Shen Hanyun. It wouldn't take more than a few months to make a trip, so it was still worth it. All right. Ling Han nodded. If she was going to go back on her word, then he could still let Tang Yun come out. With the power of her battle armor, she could rival a Foundation establishment cultivator. Shen Hanyun was overjoyed and quickly went to dig out the tree heart. 1,000-year-old locust tree had a majestic life force. Its tree heart also had a strong vitality, making it an excellent tonic. Of course, this could only be used to supplement a mortal body. Otherwise, Shen Hanyun wouldn't be the only one eyeing the 1,000-year-old locust tree. They arrived at the outskirts of the forest. After waiting for 2 days, the milk babies returned one after another. When they learned that Ling Han had quickly obtained another portion of wood crystal yuan, they were all very surprised. His father's luck was too good. To be on the safe side, Ling Han let 6th baby stay in the forest to safeguard the wood essence. He didn't want this trip to be in vain and their previous efforts to be in vain. It was necessary to be on guard. Shen Hanyun couldn't see 6th baby anyway, so it wouldn't cause any awkwardness. They left the ironwood forest and hurried to Shen Hanyun's hometown. Although Shen Hanyun was in the Foundation establishment realm and had extraordinary combat ability, he was very low-key and not famous. His hometown was Zhang family town, and he had tried every possible way to obtain the 1,000-year-old tree heart to save a person. A girl? Tang Yun asked immediately. She was young but full of mischief. She had been released by Ling Han when Shen Hanyun wasn't paying attention. It was like the 7 milk babies had gone out to fight wood elemental creatures. Shen Hanyun nodded. He was a bit quiet and didn't like to talk. You like her? The little girl asked again. Shen Hanyun didn't answer, but a gentle expression appeared on his face. It must be so. Ling Han couldn't help but look at him in a new light. He didn't expect this taciturn person to have such a gentle side. After arriving at Zhang family town, Shen Hanyun was familiar with the way and brought them to an elegant courtyard. Fang Yu, Fang Yu. Shen Hanyun called out, but no one answered. The courtyard was only so big. Shen Hanyun searched through the rooms one by one, and his expression turned cold. He didn't find anyone. Brother Ling, this is your wood crystal yuan. He threw a green sphere to Ling Han. It was filled with the aura of life. This thing had been hidden in the courtyard. Ling Han took it and didn't look at it carefully. He put it away first and said, "Let's go out and ask around." Okay. Shen Hanyun nodded. He was also panicking because he was worried about himself. They asked the neighbors about the situation and soon found out the whereabouts of Lady Fang Yu. She went to Sunken Sand Valley. At first, Ling Han had thought that it was some evil tyrant who had kidnapped this Lady Fang Yu, and what would happen next would be a melodramatic plot of Shen Hanyun showing off her invincible might, killing the tyrant and saving the beauty. He had never thought that she would actually enter the Sunken Sand Valley herself. This place was very dangerous. There were many quicksand pits. If one accidentally stepped on one, they would immediately sink in and be covered in yellow sand. It was impossible to escape with one's life. So, even if it was a secret realm, it was very dangerous. They hurried to Sunken Sand Valley. The more people there, the easier it would be to find someone. The place wasn't far, so they arrived quickly. Then, they split up. This place was deserted, so if they met a young lady, it would definitely be Zhao Fangyue. Ling Han walked for a while and soon saw a green-clothed girl sitting on a rock in front of him. Chapter 36-28. The outer shell of this scorpion was made of metal, so it was especially sturdy. Even Ling Han felt his feet go numb. The scorpion died, leaving behind a tiny bit of gold essence. It was a grain of golden sand, but it was much brighter than the sand in the desert. Even if it was thrown into the sand, it would stand out like a crane in a flock of chickens, very conspicuous. Ling Han put away this grain of gold essence, and continued to advance. He returned to the extremely boring life of killing monsters. Every day, he would search for metal elemental creatures, kill them, and then obtain their metal essence in order to become stronger in the future. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Ling Han's cultivation speed was very fast. He encountered another node, and after crossing it, he opened another 9 chakras. Now, the number of apertures he had opened had reached 72. In fact, most people broke through to the secret-seeking realm in the second stage. Those who broke through in the first and third stages were the minority, and those who could open the hidden cave were even fewer. The progress is a little slow. If that's the case, when I concoct the 5 elements fortune pill, I probably haven't reached the peak of the secret-seeking realm yet. In reality, it wasn't that Ling Han's cultivation speed was slow, but rather that he was collecting 5 elemental crystal elements too quickly. It had to be known that an ordinary person would need at least a few hundred years to collect 5 elemental crystal elements with their own efforts. And him? In less than half a year, he already had 3 sets of 5 elemental crystal essence in his hands. In comparison, his cultivation speed was naturally slow. What a blissful annoyance. A few days later, he met a group of people who were also collecting metal essence. He was eating when these people came up to him and demanded that he hand over his metal essence. Of course, Ling Han wouldn't be polite and rob them clean. He also learned of a legend from them. In the depths of the Golden Desert, there is a temple. Hidden within it is a peerless opportunity. These people were professional at collecting metal essence. Because there were always powers that wanted to refine the 5 elements fortune pill for their juniors, it was very easy to meet people collecting 5 elements essence in various 5 elements lands. This time, all the metal essence they obtained was sold to the Pang clan. They also had another goal, and that was to find that divine temple. From then on, they would be able to cast off their lowly status and become outstanding people. However, the temple only existed in legends. Some people swore that they had seen it, but most people had never seen it. Moreover, everyone knew that there might be signs of a mirage in the desert. Who knew what those people saw? Among this group of people, there was one person who claimed to have seen the temple. It was also because of his persistence that everyone had been chasing after the temple with dreams, even though they had already spent more than 30 years here. Ling Han was just listening. His main goal was, of course, the 5 elements fortune pill. He wanted to perfect his foundation and walk towards the pinnacle of martial art. He spared these people and continued to eat. The little girl was curious and said, "Ling Han, do you think we can find that temple?" Following the crowd's opinion, the credibility of this matter is less than 10%, Ling Han said. "Hey, handsome big brother, you're too pessimistic." Tang Yun shook her head. "You should believe that with this baby here, your luck will definitely be heaven-defying." Ling Han chuckled. "Just like how you always hit someone." Tang Yun was instantly embarrassed and argued, "Don't you know the law of conservation of luck? If you have too much luck, it is inevitable that you will have some bad luck. Only then will you have good luck again." "Cuckoo. Somewhere in the desert, Your Highness, we have been searching here for dozens of days. We are running out of clean water and food. Should we leave for now and replenish ourselves?" A gray-robed elder asked respectfully. There were a total of 8 of them, and they were all wearing cloaks on their heads, looking very mysterious. However, as they were eating, their faces were still revealed. 1 young man and 7 elders. The young man looked to be in his 20s and had a stalwart figure with bright eyebrows and starry eyes. He might just be sitting there, but he had a captivating aura presence. The 7 elders all had different appearances, but they were all led by the young man and appeared very reverent. This young man was the crown prince of the Azure Dragon Empire and had a shocking status. On the surface, the Azure Dragon Empire was a cult masterclass force, but there was an old venerate overseeing it. Thus, they were able to rule over a star region and had astounding power. Such a powerful force had to be very careful when selecting a successor. In order to ensure that the leader was the most outstanding, every member of the imperial family would be able to become the crown prince if they displayed enough innate talents. However, if their cultivation wasn't up to par or if they made any grave mistakes, they would be stripped of the title of crown prince and would never be able to become a crown prince again. Thus, the Azure Dragon Empire had around 100 crown princes, and their ages were all different. There were old crown princes that were over 1,000 years old, and there were also those like this young man who were only in his 20s. His name was Meng Yangsheng, and he was currently ranked 97th among the crown princes. It was very low, but if his age was included, it could be said that he had a boundless future. That's right, Your Highness. The Divine Temple is just hearsay. Who knows if it exists or not? Another elder advised, Your Highness, you are too precious. Why don't you let this old servant search for it? If we really find the Divine Temple, it wouldn't be too late to inform Your Highness. Meng Yangqing snorted and said, What do you know? Back then, the Divine Temple had automatically retreated into the Golden Desert. For so many years, only a limited number of people had seen it. That was because it was originally active. By the time you inform me, it would already be too late. The 7 elders were astonished. Could the legend of the Divine Temple actually be true? Meng Yangqing opened his mouth and didn't intend to stop. He continued, 30,000 years ago, the Buddha race wanted to preach in this place, but this empire naturally didn't allow it. Those people from the Buddha race specialized in bewitching people's hearts. If everyone was to become their believers, would this star region still belong to the Meng clan? The great ancestor emperor mobilized all the experts to fight against the Buddha race. He might have successfully defeated them, but he wasn't able to eliminate them all. The remnants of the Buddha race drove the Divine Temple into the Golden Desert. That so-called Divine Temple was the vehicle that they used to traverse the universe. It itself was a powerful artifact, but the great ancestor emperor was sure that even if the remnants escaped into the desert, they were all severely injured and would be completely wiped out in no time. However, it was also because of that battle that the great ancestor emperor was severely injured. He had no choice but to pass down the throne and go into seclusion to recuperate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been in such a passive position when the Shadow Moon Empire invaded this time and lost a few resource planets. Meng Yangqing spoke with a gloomy expression. The 7 elders didn't dare to continue, but they were shocked. It turned out that the legend of the Divine Temple was not only true, but it also involved the great ancestor emperor, who was that old supremacy. If Ling Han was here, he would be able to deduce some things. For example, why didn't the Azure Dragon Empire send someone to Heavenly Sea Star to take a look at the situation of the Array Seal? They were invaded by another empire and were in a terrible fix. How could they have the energy to care about a cage? Chapter 36-29. Your Highness, since the Divine Temple was left behind by the remnants of the Buddha race, then if you insist on finding it, it will be very disadvantageous to Your Highness if the other crown princes find out about it. An elder advised. Meng Yangqing smiled lightly. If I am able to find the Divine Temple, then it will be a great merit. The 7 elders all revealed curious expressions, but Meng Yangqing didn't explain further. Because the Divine Temple contained the inheritance of the Buddha race, and what kind of existence was the Buddha race? In the past, there was an ancestral king who ruled over an era. How shocking was the Buddha race's inheritance? Even if the inheritance in the Divine Temple was not complete and only a portion was, it was enough to move the hearts of the saints. Back then, the Azure Dragon Empire strictly sealed off the information because they didn't want to alarm the saints. However, the old emperor was severely injured and couldn't suppress the heaven and earth power in the Golden Desert. He could only lament his inadequacy and dragged it until now. Meng Yangqing was extremely confident that he would definitely be able to find the Divine Temple. Because no one knew that he had secretly learned the Buddha race's cultivation technique. Although it was just a superficial knowledge, after entering the Golden Desert, the cultivation technique would resonate with the Divine Temple. Thus, he would definitely be able to find it. Ling Han fought monsters every day and was blown by the wind and blown by the yellow sand. After more than a month, it was as though he had changed into a different person. A casual jump would be able to shake off 2 kilograms of sand. He was numb and simply wanted to vomit. Fortunately, the gold essence in his hands was also steadily increasing. He believed that in another 1.5 months, he would be able to fuse the gold crystal essence. At least for the next 10 years, I will take a detour whenever I see a desert. After such a long time, Ling Han had opened up another 18 apertures and had a total of 90 apertures. Handsome Pan, am I seeing things? Or is there really a temple in front? Tang Yun suddenly said. Ling Han was walking like a walking corpse. Only when he heard this did he raise his head, and saw that in front of him, there really appeared a great temple with golden walls, incomparably grand. He took a glance and was still numb. It's just a mirage. Ignore it. But, it looks very real. Tang Yun said again. Kiki. Ling Han didn't have any reaction. Let's go. Little Loli pulled Ling Han towards the temple. However, even though the temple was right in front of them, after walking for half a day, they still couldn't get any closer to it. It's really just a mirage. The little Loli lost interest. This is so annoying. I'm not playing anymore. She entered the vitality-nourishing gourd. Although the space inside would be affected by the outside world and would be a bit hotter and drier, compared to the outside world, it was many times better. Ling Han didn't react at all. His killing intent would only erupt when he encountered metal elemental creatures. Why? Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Ling Han's ears and entered directly into his divine sense. It was like a resounding bell that caused him to immediately awaken from his muddle-headed state. It was a Buddhist hymn. Ling Han paused and looked forward. He couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. Could it be that this wasn't a mirage, but a real temple? The fabled temple it couldn't be. What kind of luck did he have? This was his first time entering the Golden Desert, and it had only been slightly more than a month. He had actually encountered a temple that many people would never encounter in their entire lives. If he had only seen it with his eyes, then it might have been a mirage. However, it was different when he heard the Buddhist hymn in his ears. Ling Han used so close, yet worlds apart. However, after he moved, he discovered that the distance between him and the temple had not shortened. Instead, it had increased. What the hell was this? He used his eye sorcery and observed carefully. He couldn't help but let out an "oh." It was indeed a temple. However, due to the refraction of light and the fact that the temple itself was somewhat mystical, it appeared to be an illusion. If he headed straight for the temple, then he would never be able to reach it in his entire lifetime. The Buddhist race's most frequent saying is that the sea of bitterness is boundless, and it is difficult to cross to the other shore. Right now, this desert is the sea of bitterness, and the temple is the other shore. How am I going to cross it? Ling Han's eyes lit up. If it was someone else, they really wouldn't be able to do it. However, Ling Han was different. Not only did he obtain the eye sorcery divine ability, but he was also an array marshal. With the two of them together, Ling Han was able to break the power of heaven and earth. He started to move. He was no longer walking in a straight line. Instead, he was constantly changing his direction. The temple was getting closer, and the Buddhist hymn was getting louder. He could even see Buddhas appearing above the temple. They were executing mystical arts that could purify mortals and souls. After walking for half an hour, Ling Han finally arrived in front of the temple. This divine temple was clearly only 300 meters tall, but when Ling Han stood at the foot of the divine temple, he had a feeling that he was incomparably small. This divine temple seemed to be the center of the universe, indescribably majestic. He could clearly see that on the murals of the temple, there were furious arhats, solemn bodhisattvas, and smiling Buddhas. Ling Han suddenly turned his head and saw a group of 8 people approaching from behind. Strange. There were actually people who could come here? You also have the eye sorcery? You also have the array formation? However, Ling Han didn't know that Meng Yangqing was even more shocked than Ling Han. He had relied on the Buddha race's cultivation technique to achieve a resonance with the temple. That was why he wasn't bewitched and came here. But what did Ling Han rely on? Who are you? Meng Yangqing asked. His tone was calm, but it had a commanding arrogance. It couldn't be helped as his identity was there. Ling Han just let out a faint smile. Did he need to bother or care? My lord is asking you a question. One of the elders immediately reprimanded. Ling Han still didn't reply. He just brandished his fist. These people's attitude made him very unhappy. If they weren't happy, then they should come and fight. The matter of the temple is of great importance. Meng Yangqing thought for a moment. Kill and silence them. Yes, Your Highness. The 7 elders all obeyed. Your Highness. There was only one empire on the Moonlight Star, and this guy was a prince of the Azure Dragon Empire. One of the elders leaped out and rushed towards Ling Han. The rest of the elders were all spectating and were obviously very confident in that person. Ling Han also had the intention to kill. If you guys want to kill me, then I will eliminate you guys first. He used his body as a weapon and rammed towards that elder. Bang! Ling Han was like a cannonball, completely disregarding the old man's defenses, and forcefully crashed into his bosom. Then, the old man screamed in pain as his body was sent flying, landing on his bottom on the ground. Everyone in Meng Yangqing was astonished because the elder's chest had actually sunk in, as though there was a wash basin embedded in it. This was too horrifying. It was just a collision, and he was able to injure an expert of the immortal path to this state. Of course, this place suppressed one's cultivation, but it was still an extremely horrifying thing. Attack together. The remaining 6 elders turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed out. Chapter 36:30. However, what was the use of this? Ling Han stepped forward, and a burst of murderous aura shot out. The 6 elders were all affected, and expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Humph. Meng Yangqing made his move and slashed at Ling Han with a palm blade. Ling Han threw a punch to neutralize the attack, which naturally affected his attack. His other punch blasted out, and though it sent the 6 elders flying, it ultimately did not cause any damage to them. I didn't expect your battle strength to be so shocking. Meng Yangqing snorted, his face full of fear. In the outside world, he could easily crush Ling Han. But in this place, his cultivation was limited. He could only display the battle strength of the mystic-seeking realm, and he had no confidence at all. Ling Han didn't answer and responded with a strong attack. He would never be lenient to those who were against him. Meng Yangqing no longer sat by and joined the battle. He was the main force as well. He took out a sword, which emitted a terrible evil aura and an indescribable might. This was a replica of the Azure Dragon Empire's treasure, the Azure Dragon Sword. It was a standard magic artifact that most of the crown princes would be equipped with. Even though it was a replica, it was far more powerful than a magic artifact of the same rank. Swoosh! The sword slashed across, and an illusion of an azure dragon appeared, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The 6 elders worked together. They didn't attack Ling Han. Instead, they used a strange footwork and sent their power to Meng Yangqing. This was a formation. Ling Han was surprised. This was truly amazing. When the power of 7 people was combined and used by one person, the power was far stronger than 7 people working together. The sword chi slashed over, and the azure dragon roared. You think I'm afraid? Ling Han snorted and punched with 70 layers of power, and it was a high-frequency attack. Bang! The fist force hit the sword chi, and the azure dragon illusion trembled slightly before shattering. What? Meng Yangqing's expression changed. The 7 of them working together couldn't suppress Ling Han. How abnormal was this guy's battle strength? 2-star genius, even 3-star genius. If he knew that Ling Han was only at the enlightening state, he would have guessed that Ling Han was a 4-star genius, or even a 5-star genius. Ling Han let out a long roar and pushed the demon monkey fist towards Meng Yangqing. "You're too arrogant," shouted Meng Yangqing. His current strength wasn't any weaker than Ling Han's. Boom, his right hand unleashed sword chi, while his left hand turned into a palm, and he struck out repeatedly at Ling Han. The two of them clashed. After receiving the installations from the 6 people, Meng Yangqing's strength was actually far above Ling Han's. However, Ling Han had mastered the frequency of his attacks, so he was not weak at all. For a moment, the two of them were in a deadlock. Actually, it was very simple to defeat Meng Yangqing. As long as he got rid of the 6 elders, he would lose the power boost and his battle strength would naturally fall. However, Meng Yangqing obviously knew this, so he protected the 6 elders very well. This was a little like an eagle catching chicks. Ling Han was the eagle, the 6 elders were the chicks, and Meng Yangqing was the mother hen. This scene was very funny. If the little loli appeared at this moment, she would definitely want to play with him with sparkling eyes. Meng Yangqing was speechless and even a little embarrassed. He was the crown prince of the Azure Dragon Empire and had such a majestic status. But now, a puny mystic seeking realm was actually able to fight him to a draw. This made him feel ashamed. Fortunately, there weren't many people who could get close to this place, and he didn't have to worry about this matter being exposed. His murderous nature flourished even more. This Ling Han was so powerful, and he just had to come here. This made him view this as a great threat. Could this be someone from the Buddha race who was going to compete with him for the fated opportunity? Die! He yelled out and took a deep breath. His entire body seemed to have been blown up, and he actually expanded into a giant that was 30 meters tall. Boom, he struck out with his sword again. The sword chi was so thick that it was like a huge tree that slashed over, and its power increased drastically. What kind of secret art is this? Meng Yangqing's combat strength increased drastically, but the 6 elders all had ugly expressions as they suffered a huge loss of chi and blood. They were all complaining incessantly because to activate such a big move, they needed to draw on the strength of 7 individuals, which was barely enough. Now that one of them was missing, the burden on each of them had increased greatly, and they naturally couldn't endure it. But there was no other way. This secret art was completely centered around Meng Yangqing, and he had the complete initiative. As long as he didn't stop, the 6 of them would only have to endure the continuous absorption. Therefore, they only had one thought, for Meng Yangqing to quickly kill Ling Han. Otherwise, they were going to be in deep trouble. Boom! 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 Meng Yangqing was extremely ferocious. After the giant transformation, his strength had increased by a lot, and even Ling Han's high-frequency attacks couldn't completely neutralize it. He had completely taken the initiative, and each of his sword and palm strikes were extremely tyrannical. Ling Han could definitely drag out the time. Behind such strength, he must be draining the pond to fish for the 6 elders. But why would someone like him be willing to use such a method to obtain victory? Could it be that he couldn't win in a direct confrontation? Ling Han let out a long howl and activated his baleful aura attack, blasting towards Meng Yangqing. Even in his current state, Meng Yangqing was still affected. He paused for a moment, but it was only for an instant. He immediately recovered, but it was unavoidable that a flaw appeared. Come! Ling Han used the 3 moves of the war god. Instantly, heaven and earth seemed to be the center, and endless energy gathered around him. He struck out with his palm, and the energy surged. Meng Yangqing revealed an expression of fear, but it was already too late to dodge. He could only brace himself and face Ling Han head-on. Boom! He and Ling Han clashed in close combat, and he felt his opponent's surging strength was incomparably terrifying. He finally withstood this attack, but he was immediately astonished because Ling Han had struck out a second time. How could this be? How could such a violent attack be used twice in a row? Is your strength limitless? Is your body made of immortal gold? Aren't you afraid of collapsing? Left with no choice, he could only brace himself and attack again. With a bang, he felt his body was about to collapse, and the 6 elders behind him all vomited blood. They were one body, and if one was damaged, they would all be damaged. However, this was not the end. The 3 moves of the war god naturally had a total of 3 moves. Ling Han let out a loud roar and struck out the 3rd time. This time, he couldn't take it anymore. Meng Yangqing said in his heart. He immediately made a decision, like a hero cutting off his own wrist, and directly diverted the impact force, allowing the 6 elders behind him to take it. He was the core of this formation, and also the guide, so of course he could do this. Bang! The surging energy surged over, and the expressions of the 6 elders changed drastically. This was a destructive force. Your Highness. They let out cries of despair, but Meng Yangqing didn't pay them any attention. Bang, 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 the 6 elders were all shattered by the terrifying force. PFFF. Meng Yangqing also vomited a mouthful of blood. He didn't want to continue fighting, and turned around to leave. Ling Han chased after him for a few steps, but he felt his chest was boiling, so he stopped and didn't give chase. Chapter 36-32. The Bodhi tree had originally withered, and even its crown had been cut in half. However, when the moon rose into the sky, it became bright under the nourishment of the moonlight, and the lost crown reappeared. Mani Mani Padme. The 6-syllable Akala mantra continued to ring. A gentle breeze blew, causing the Bodhi tree to shake gently. The leaves rubbed against each other, producing a pleasant sound. Ling Han quickly patted the little Loli's head and woke her up. What are you doing? I want to sleep. Tang Yun stretched lazily. Her eyes were hazy, and her face was full of bitterness and hatred. What she hated the most was being woken up when she was sleeping soundly. Even her own mother would be anxious. Idiot, you don't want the Buddhist race's inheritance anymore. Ling Han shouted. Ah! Little Loli was startled and immediately lost her sleepiness. She opened her eyes wide and naturally saw this magical scene. What about the inheritance? She asked. Don't talk. Just watch. The Bodhi tree kept swaying. After an unknown period of time, a monk wearing a kasaya suddenly appeared. He sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. His head was bald, but there was a halo around it. He's given birth to a Buddhist halo. He's from the Buddhist race. The little Loli immediately said in a low voice. Which one? Ling Han asked. He was naturally referring to the Buddha ancestor, the founder of the Buddhist race. He was invincible for an entire era. The little Loli shook her head. That's impossible. If it's a remnant image of Buddha, the key would be extremely terrifying. It's impossible for us to be so close. This should be a bodhisattva. According to the rank distribution of the Buddha race, the Buddha corresponds to the ancestor king, the Buddha corresponds to the sage, the bodhisattva corresponds to the venerable, and the arhat corresponds to the sect leader. Even on the Moonlight planet, he would be a top-notch almighty. Ling Han couldn't help but widen his eyes. Would this bodhisattva teach him the 6 words Akala mantra? But what disappointed them was that the monk was just sitting cross-legged and cultivating. How could there be any inheritance? I waited for nothing again. Ling Han did not give up. After a long while, a leaf fell down. The Bodhi tree had long since withered, so where did the leaves come from? Ling Han stretched out his hand. Coincidentally, the leaf fell near him, and he easily caught it in his hand. Suddenly, an indescribable power surged within Ling Han's body, transforming into a loud and clear voice that was chanting something. It sounded like a song, a melody, and a spell. Ling Han felt a chill in his heart. Could this be the legacy of the Buddha race? He hurriedly used his heart to capture every word, but it was extremely blurry and difficult to capture. After a long time, he finally caught a word. It is one of the 6-word Wisdom King mantra. This is the Akala mantra. Ling Han said, "Pft." Hong, there was an indescribable wave of power that surged, open and aboveboard, making one think deeply, to the extent where one could even see Buddha light illuminating everything. Ling Han, you've learned the 6 words Bright King incantation? The little loli was given a fright. Although she could also shout out the word Fa, without any special cultivation technique to complement it, it was only an ordinary word, and did not have any special effects. Ling Han wanted to catch it again, but the leaf in his hand had already turned into light fragments, leaving nothing behind. The power in his body disappeared, and so did the majestic voice. Ling Han was astonished. He had really learned a word. He recalled, and then came to a realization. So the process of capturing the sound was the process of cultivation. He could hear the word "pft," which meant that he had successfully captured the technique. This kind of imparting technique was really magical. Ling Han explained the process to the little loli, causing the little loli to become excited. Ling Han, the next leaf is mine, she emphasized. Ling Han chuckled. Okay. He also needed to consolidate. Although he could chant the word "pft," he was not proficient and needed to practice. Moreover, there were too many details that needed to be studied. The little girl waited for the second leaf to fall, while Ling Han perfected his "pft" formula. However, Tang Yun waited for an entire night without any results. When the sun rose the next day, the vision disappeared, and the Bodhi tree became withered again. There was not a single leaf left. I'm so angry. I didn't sleep for an entire night. The little girl shouted angrily. Ling Han, on the other hand, faced the morning sun and cultivated. He had to speed up his cultivation and enter the mystic realm as soon as possible. The 6-word Wisdom King mantra had not been completed, so Ling Han and Tang Yun naturally would not leave. They rested during the day and waited for the night to come and fight. However, Ling Han was already full of energy after only 4 hours of sleep. He once again studied the "pft" formula. Although it was only one word, when combined with the technique, there were all kinds of changes. It could suppress evil and clear one's mind. It was broad and profound. After an entire day, Ling Han was unable to contain his joy. The 6 words Wisdom King mantra was indeed worthy of being one of the 2 supreme ultimate techniques of the Buddha race. It was very meaningful, and using it to shout at himself caused his spirit to become even more stable. This was natural. His own divine spirit was not stable, so how could he talk about suppressing evil and telling demons to retreat? It was night, and the moon was in the middle of the sky. The vision appeared again, and the Bodhi tree shone brilliantly once again. The withered leaves all grew out at once, decorating the entire tree. Not long after, the Bodhisattva appeared again and began to comprehend under the Bodhi tree. Because he had mastered the "pft" formula, he naturally understood a part of the Buddhist Dharma. Ling Han immediately understood more things. The Bodhisattva's comprehension was not without changes. The Bodhi tree's leaves changed from dark to bright, and there was a kind of wonderful rhythm. He captured this rhythm and could not help but be immersed in it. He vaguely discovered that there was a Buddhist chant in his mind. It was thought-provoking, and it made him acknowledge it from the soul level. He wanted to pledge allegiance to it, and from then on, it would be his responsibility to release evil from purgatory. Ling Han was startled, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This Buddhist Dharma was too terrifying. He had only comprehended it for a while, but it had already made him immersed in it. His mind was bewitched, and he wanted to convert. Was this the ancestral king's method? It was practically attacking cities and plundering the land without spilling blood. As long as the Buddhist Dharma was used, everything would be purified. Ling Han hurriedly guarded his mind. He was only interested in the 6 words Wisdom King mantra, but he definitely did not want to become a member of the Buddhist clan and be restricted by the Buddhist clan's rules and regulations. After a night, Ling Han's understanding of the formula had increased a little. However, the little loli had waited for a night in vain because there was no Bodhi tree's leaves falling down. She was so angry that she immediately jumped up and wanted to pick them herself. In the end, a huge force pressed down on her, causing her to fall down firmly. "Little milk candy, I think you're destined to have no fate with the Buddhist Dharma," said Ling Han with a smile. "I don't believe it, this baby doesn't believe it." The little loli put her hands on her waist, and her face was filled with anger. "Based on what? Even such a stupid uncle can learn it, but a smart baby like me can't." The two of them quarreled here. At night, Ling Han captured the Bodhi tree's movement pattern and comprehended the wonderful method. Meanwhile, the little loli looked up at the top of her head, waiting for the leaves to fall. Chapter 36-33. Day after day, time passed very quickly. After 9 days, Ling Han had already completely grasped the swastika technique. He opened his mouth to chant, and the sound of Buddha's voice was vast and mighty. If one did not look at him, they would think that he was a bald monk who had attained the Tao. Ling Han was very satisfied, but the little girl was depressed to the extreme. There was still no second leaf falling from the tree. "Damn it, he's bullying me too much." However, on the 10th day, Ling Han was unable to deduce anything from the Bodhi tree. Back and forth, it was just a description of the swastika formula. It was just a one-word inheritance. Ling Han thought about it and suddenly realized that the Bodhi tree had withered and been destroyed, and the inheritance had also been destroyed. It was already lucky for him to be able to learn a complete swastika formula. He told this deduction to Tang Yun, and the little girl was naturally very disappointed. "Handsome, then pass it to me," she said. Ling Han shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to pass it, but that he couldn't. Otherwise, the Buddhist clan wouldn't have needed the Bodhi inheritance. It would have been much easier to pass it down by word of mouth. Look, he waited here for 9 days and only learned a swastika formula. The efficiency was too low. "Forget it, I don't want to learn it." Tang Yun was angry and unhappy. If it were an adult, they would definitely continue to stay. Even if it was just a swastika formula, it would be a supreme secret technique. But this little girl was only 6 or 7 years old. How could a 6 or 7-year-old child think so much? She must be throwing a tantrum. "You really don't want to learn it?" Ling Han asked. "No." Tang Yun shook her head, her attitude firm. "If you don't want to learn it, then don't learn it." Ling Han originally wanted her to stay here while he went to get the golden essence. Anyway, the little girl couldn't help much. The two left and began the road of killing monsters again. After a few days, they met up with the 7 babies. "Dad, you disappeared for a few days. Did you have another fortuitous encounter? Did we waste the golden essence again?" 4th baby said. Ling Han smiled. "How is that possible?" "I did have a fortuitous encounter, but I did not obtain any gold crystal essence." He told them about obtaining the hexagram Wisdom King mantra, causing the milk babies to be amazed. "Father, could it be that you have the bloodline of the Buddha clan?" 3rd baby bit his finger and said, "Otherwise, why would the Bodhi tree acknowledge you and let its leaves fall? There's such a thing." Tang Yun's eyes widened, and she immediately expressed her displeasure. It turned out that she had really worked for nothing. Ling Han shook his head. He had absolutely nothing to do with a bald head. Furthermore, he said, "Isn't the Buddhist race just a general term? What bloodline?" "Father, you don't know about this, do you?" Eldest baby shook his head. The Buddhist race also has bloodlines, but it is not the traditional way of giving birth to children. Instead, there is a saying that the almighty figures of the Buddhist race reincarnate. Some babies are born proficient in the Buddhist Tao, and in the future, they will definitely become almighty figures of the Buddhist race. "Father, are you the reincarnation of Buddha?" Second baby touched Ling Han's head. Father, if you convert to Buddhism one day, you won't be able to keep your hair. While they're still here, hurry up and watch, fifth baby said with a smile. Yes. The other babies nodded. Ling Han's face was full of black lines. I won't become a monk. He had many beautiful wives and a large group of children. How could he become a monk? Tang Yun interrupted inappropriately. Actually, the Buddhist race also has a branch of the Mary Buddha. They don't forbid marriage or shaving their hair. Go away, Ling Han said unhappily. I won't treat you as a mute if you don't speak. Ha 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 ha. The babies and the little Lolas all laughed. They continued to fight monsters and collect the gold essence. Ling Han also met up with Shen Hanyun. After another month and a half, they finally collected enough gold essence and fused it into a portion of gold crystal essence. Finally, they were short of 1 out of 5, and they were about to succeed. Next stop, Rolling Rock Wasteland. They set off and headed for the last place of the 5 elements. This took some time, and they only arrived after 5 days. Since it was a wasteland, it was naturally a barren wasteland. There was scorched earth everywhere, and there was little vegetation. Fortunately, it was not as hot as the Golden Desert, and there was also a river. There was no need to worry about dying of thirst here. Everyone split up and agreed to meet up once every 5 days. For example, if someone was extremely lucky and directly collected the earth crystal essence, then the mission would be completed. But after only 2 days, Ling Han began to cultivate in seclusion. He could break through again. After cultivating in seclusion for half a day, Ling Han opened up another 9 acupoints. This time, he was only 9 acupoints away from the end of the enlightening realm. Of course, this did not include the hidden acupoints. Tang Yun quickly got bored and hid in the gourd to sleep. Ling Han was also very bored, but he had no choice. This was for himself. He moved forward, looking for the earth elemental creatures. There were many of them, all made of round stones. There were no joints at all, but they could be stuck together. It was very magical. However, their strength was just that. With Ling Han's current strength, he could easily finish them off with 1 finger. Unless he encountered some rock king, otherwise, he could sweep through them with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he felt a strong sense of danger approaching. He abruptly turned around and saw a person walking towards him with large strides. This was a handsome young man. His appearance was simply perfect, and there was not a single flaw to be found. He was dressed in white and carried a sword on his back. His black hair fell to his shoulders, and it was black and shiny. Of course, what Ling Han cared about was not his appearance, but the aura this person exuded. It was as sharp as a sword and extremely terrifying. This kind of aura was something even Hong Tianbu could not compare to. Yes, Hong Tianbu could only compare to him after he activated the vicious beast eye. I finally found you. The person in white smiled. Ling Han also smiled faintly. I don't seem to recognize you. I'm really ashamed to have troubled you. The person in white was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. You are more interesting than I thought. I have always been a humorous person. Ling Han shrugged. However, the person in white stopped smiling and said, My name is He-san. Ling Han gave an "oh." He did not recognize He-san or Si. He-san was surprised. After hearing his name, the other party actually did not change at all. Yes, this person definitely did not know his identity. He did not explain either. There was no need to waste this time. I'm here to kill you, he said. Ling Han nodded. I have no friends here. I can also guess that you specially came to find me. You are here to kill me. Let me think. Firstly, the Pang clan and the Lei clan should not be able to invite a genius like you. Secondly, they also think that I am already dead, so they will not waste this effort. He paused for a moment, then continued, So, you should be under that prince, right? He San smiled. He can't order me around. It's just that the current dynasty's crown prince was almost killed by you. Since I know about it, I naturally have to make this trip. You, kill yourself. Chapter 36-34. Just kill yourself. Ling Han seemed to have heard many people say this, but he always thought it was stupid. Of course, when He San said this, he didn't think he was stupid. He was just being pretentious. This person had the right to be pretentious. Ling Han chuckled. There are many who want to kill me, but look, I'm still alive and well. So, you have to work hard. Talkative, He San attacked, slapping at Ling Han. Boom, the palm moved, and the wind and clouds rose. He was indeed a super genius. He should have been a 3-star genius, and he had crossed the immortal path. Now that he was suppressed in the secret-seeking realm, he should have retained some combat power. So, in the secret-seeking realm, He San could be considered a 4-star genius. Of course, he couldn't compare to Ling Han. He was a 4.5-star genius, but his disadvantage was his realm. After all, he was only at the enlightened aperture stage. Come, let's fight. Ling Han clenched his fist and punched at He San. Hong, the collision caused Ling Han's figure to involuntarily flip, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly. Huh? He San looked surprised. You can block my palm? With his genius, this attack should have easily killed Ling Han. No wonder even Meng Yangqing could only escape with his life. You do have some ability. He nodded, and gave Ling Han a relatively high evaluation. Meng Yangqing, that so-called highness. Ling Han stopped moving. Right now, he could practically sweep through all the mystery-seeking realms, but against a 3-star genius, it would still be a little difficult. Moreover, the current He San might not even be a 3-star genius. He moved his limbs and said, "Aren't you afraid of being killed by me?" He San's face darkened. You can be proud to be able to survive one move from me, but you're making a big mistake by being arrogant in front of me. He attacked again. This time, it wasn't a simple slap. He used a high-level energy, turning it into a green light and blasting at Ling Han. Ling Han wasn't afraid to face it head-on. Although he was inferior in terms of raw power, his combat prowess wasn't entirely dependent on power. Boom boom boom, the two of them continued to exchange blows. Ling Han first used his lightning fist, but he was no match for his opponent and was quickly suppressed. A secret-seeking realm with the combat power of a 4-star genius was no joke. He San sneered, "That's all you got?" Ling Han didn't say anything. As a reply, he executed the demon monkey fist. Instantly, his aura changed and was filled with ruthlessness. Even if the heavens wanted to suppress him, he would be able to overturn it with a single punch. He San couldn't help but be startled. It was as if he was seeing a demon monkey from ancient times wreaking havoc. That kind of aura made him a little apprehensive. His eyes lit up. Such a good fist technique. It's such a waste to use it on you. He also unleashed a technique, and it was as if he had transformed into a giant python. He continuously coiled around Ling Han, wanting to strangle him to death. This technique was actually inferior to the demon monkey fist, but He San had the upper hand in terms of strength, making up for the inadequacy of the technique itself, and even suppressing Ling Han. Ling Han's expression was calm. He was far from being at the end of his rope. 70 gravity, frequency attack. He punched again, meeting He San's coiling attack head-on. Bang! He San was instantly sent flying back. Huh? You actually mastered such a secret technique. He San revealed a smile, filled with emotion. His opponent was much weaker than him in terms of strength, but he had relied on a technique to make up for the difference. He was happy because he had already regarded the demon monkey fist as his own. He also executed his ultimate technique again. With a point of his finger, a brilliant light shot out, and even the sun seemed to have lost its luster. Sun-shattering finger Ling Han attacked head-on with a frequency of 70 gravity. However, he was forcefully sent flying back by that one attack. He felt as if the bones in his fist were about to shatter. Hiss, the power of this attack was really terrifying. Ling Han's bones had been tempered 7 times, and could be said to be the strongest under the celestial path. However, a single attack had almost broken his bones. The power of this sun-shattering finger could be said to be terrifying. However, He-san was even more shocked than Ling Han. He naturally knew how powerful the sun-shattering finger was, but it had only made Ling Han's fist bleed, and not break it. "What kind of bones do you have?" Again. He pointed his finger again, and a brilliant light shone. Ling Han frowned. Although his bones could withstand this attack, it would still injure him. He did not have a masochistic tendency. Thus, he struck out with a murderous aura. So what if it was He-san? He only felt an indescribable murderous aura seize his heart, making it difficult for him to even breathe. However, he was after all a 3-star genius, and had long since stepped onto the celestial path. He immediately focused his mind and circulated his secret power, expelling this fear from his body. However, as a result, his attack inevitably revealed a flaw, which was seized by Ling Han. Not only did Ling Han dodge his attack, but he also retaliated with a punch, forcing He-san to dodge. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched in this attack. He-san's expression was gloomy. Who was he? He was one of the top 3 geniuses in the Azure Dragon Empire's younger generation. He was not someone that Gutong could compare with. He was actually forced into a draw by an unknown person. How could he accept this? He let out a loud roar, and his attacks became even more urgent. He had grasped many wondrous arts, and he constantly circulated them with astonishing power. Ling Han mainly used the murderous aura to counter the demon monkey fist, but He-san used his true power. After all, he had the suppression of an entire realm's strength, which was an unavoidable weakness. It caused Ling Han to be at a complete disadvantage, and he was surrounded by danger. In terms of same-stage combat ability, He-san was not much weaker than He-san. Naturally, he had the upper hand. Die. He-san slammed his palm over. The flames were blazing, but they were dark blue in color. Ling Han instinctively felt a chill. This blue flame was a high-grade energy and had immense destructive power. He could not take it head-on. He retreated, but he opened his mouth and spat out a golden sword. He-san did not expect Ling Han to have such a move. He quickly tilted his head to dodge the attack, but the edge of the sword still sliced off a few strands of his hair. He-san's expression became even more ashen. The dignified He-san was actually sliced off a few strands of his hair by a nobody. "If you don't die, it will be enough for your name to shake the world," He-san spoke with an even stronger killing intent. This was a genius that could threaten him. He had to get rid of him. Ling Han sneered. He shook his fists, which were already wrapped with destructive energy. "Come on. Who's afraid of you?" Boom. He brandished his fists and welcomed the attack. This time, it was He-san's turn to be astonished. He instinctively felt a sense of alarm. This black energy was filled with destructive power, and he must not take it head-on. He retreated, and as he retreated, he grabbed with both his hands. How could a top-notch genius just take a beating and not retaliate? The air on both sides was forcefully pulled over by He-san, forming an astonishing pressure that caused Ling Han's body to involuntarily slow down. The pressure even caused his face to turn pale. It was more refreshing to read on his phone. Chapter 36-36. He-san continued his pursuit. He was one of the few prodigies in the younger generation of the Azure Dragon Empire and could be said to be one of the most outstanding prodigies in the entire Moonlight Planet. Since he was determined to kill Ling Han, he wouldn't give up so easily. The repeated failures only made his killing intent more resolute, and his pursuit didn't slow down at all. Ling Han had to choose the right time to break through, and he had to shake off He San as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he took too long, He San would definitely track him down. It was extremely difficult to open the hidden acupoints because ordinary people could only open 72 acupoints. Reaching 108 acupoints was already praiseworthy. 108 acupoints is the small heavenly cycle. Then, will all the acupoints be 360 acupoints, the number of heavenly cycle? Ling Han gritted his teeth. 108 acupoints took almost a year to open. If it was 360 acupoints, wouldn't it take as long as 2 years? No matter how long it would take, if he had a perfect goal, he had to achieve it perfectly. Therefore, it just so happened that there was such a super expert chasing after him and giving him the pressure of life and death. He naturally didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Ling Han continued to kill monsters. Right now, he was only missing the earth essence. Putting aside the fact that He San was the only one chasing after him, even if there were 100 He Sans, he would still stay here until he obtained the earth crystal essence. 7 days later, Ling Han suddenly had an epiphany. He stopped and sat on the ground. Boom, the upgrade of his life level began, and it came so violently. Ling Han consumed a treasure fruit of life and began to break through the shackles in his body. Pa, pa, pa. The shackles collapsed, and an acupoint was quietly opened. It could communicate with heaven and earth, and it could allow the secret power to surge. The first hidden acupoint. This was just the beginning. Not long after, the second hidden acupoint was also opened, and then the third. It was like a hot knife through butter. Half an hour later, he had already opened 9 hidden acupoints. When he thought that this breakthrough was about to end, he realized that the upgrade of his life level was still extremely turbulent. It could still continue. Ling Han naturally couldn't stop. After consuming another treasure fruit of life, his breakthrough was still ongoing. The 10th hidden acupoint, the 11th hidden acupoint, and after 9 more hidden acupoints were opened, the breakthrough finally stopped. Ling Han was astonished. This time, he had actually opened 18 apertures. At this rate, he would only need about half a year to open all of his Zhou Tian acupoints. Of course, if there were a total of 360 acupoints. Wang, a terrifying killing intent surged. He San is here again. Ling Han didn't try to escape this time. Instead, he chose to face the attack head-on, and he immediately used the 3 strikes of the war god. How many hidden acupoints did he open? Did his combat strength increase by leaps and bounds? Boom boom boom. After exchanging 3 blows, Ling Han turned tail and ran. Activating so close, yet worlds apart, he quickly disappeared into the distance. He was still no match for He San. Although he had opened a few hidden acupoints and his strength had improved, there was no qualitative change. Therefore, after 3 moves, Ling Han ran away. At this moment, He San was naturally very depressed. Ling Han, who had been running away as soon as he saw him, suddenly dared to attack. Moreover, if you want to fight, then fight, but why only 3 moves? These 3 moves stunned him. The 3 strikes of the war god was too powerful, and he was completely suppressed. However, just as he was about to counterattack, Ling Han ran away. You fucking ran away. He San was filled with anger. After letting out a long roar, he once again started to chase. The game of tag continued. This time, Ling Han didn't run away as soon as he was caught. Instead, he used the 3 strikes of the war god to fight back. After 3 moves, he used so close, yet worlds apart to run away. After a few times, He San's accumulated anger was about to explode. Was there anyone like you? He immediately used 3 powerful moves, forcing him to defend passively. Just as he was about to counterattack, Ling Han ran away again. He couldn't unleash his strength, and he couldn't vent his anger. Damn it, how infuriating. 10 days later, Ling Han broke through again. he opened 18 hidden acupoints. This time, he fought with He-san for another 3 moves. He felt that his strength had improved again, but he was still no match for He-san. If there was no qualitative change, he shouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. A gentleman's revenge was never too late, and he didn't need 3 years. He had more and more earth element in his hands, but he didn't consider meeting up with the milk babies while being chased by He-san. Once his relationship with the milk babies was exposed, the 7 milk babies could become a threat to him. Of course, he wouldn't put the milk babies in danger. He didn't even meet Shin Han-yun. Instead, he left a message at the agreed meeting place, briefly explaining the situation. 10 days, 1 month, 3 months, time continued to pass. He-san's willpower could be said to be astonishing. He continued to follow behind Ling Han, as if he would not leave this place until he killed Ling Han. This made Ling Han very angry. They didn't know each other, but you actually chased after him for almost half a year. Was there such a big grudge? Just you wait, when he enters the secret realm, we'll settle the score together. Although Ling Han was unhappy, He-san wasn't any better. After all, when the two of them met, it was Ling Han who attacked with the 3 styles of the war god, forcing He-san to start with self-defense and then run after fighting. It was like a prostitute receiving a customer in a brothel, but she met a fast shooter. Not only did she not feel good, but the other party didn't even pay after the game, and ran away after pulling up his pants. He-san was getting more and more angry, swearing to kill Ling Han. After so many days, Ling Han's strength improved steadily. The number of acupoints he had opened had reached 324. He was very confident that the total number of acupoints should be 360, which was the same as the number of a chi cycle. Soon, he said in his heart. He broke through almost every 10 days and opened 18 hidden acupoints. According to this calculation, he only needed to break through 2 more times to reach the peak of the opening realm. It had to be said that He-san played a big part in this. If he didn't force Ling Han and give Ling Han enough motivation, he wouldn't have been able to reach such a high level in such a short time. Just as He-san was thinking, He-san appeared again. This time, he slashed at He-san with his sword. He didn't want to repeat the fate of being killed by Ling Han's 3 styles. However, it was useless. As soon as Ling Han used the 3 styles of the war god, He-san was forced to defend and use all his strength to deal with his 3 styles. But when He-san caught his breath, Ling Han had already used imminent skyline and disappeared. He-san couldn't help but feel an urge to just forget about it. It was practically impossible to kill Ling Han here. It would be better to wait outside. At that time, with his prowess of the cast tripod tier, he would be able to kill Ling Han with a single move. But He-san immediately shook his head. If he gave in to such a thought, it would definitely leave a flaw in his soul. It would be a hidden danger when he wanted to reach the peak of martial art in the future. Chase, continue to chase. Chapter 36-37. He-san chased all the way. This time, he spared no effort and seemed to have used some kind of secret skill. Ling Han could not shake him off at all. At most, he would be able to catch up with him in half an hour. He-san seemed to have realized that although Ling Han was not his match, his battle prowess was steadily increasing. This was too terrifying. If he allowed his opponent to continue to grow endlessly, wouldn't he be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Although his opponent's strength was still far from his, this day would come eventually. Hence, he was determined to kill Ling Han. Ling Han naturally did not have any time to kill monsters now, and he probably did not need it for a long time. The 7 milk babies and Shin Han-yun were definitely full of earth essence, and they only needed to fuse them together to form earth crystal elements. Under He-san's powerful pressure, Ling Han didn't even have the time to cultivate. His physical strength was still fine, and his recovery ability was very strong, so he didn't have to worry about exhausting it at all. However, secret power was a different story. Now, he could only use it but not replenish it, If he only relied on taking some pills, how could he make up for his consumption? After 2 days, Ling Han's condition became extremely poor. Even though he had opened up his meridians far wider than the average person, he could not withstand this kind of consumption. Fortunately, he was a master of alchemy, and the effects of the pills he refined were far better than those refined by ordinary alchemists. That was why he could endure all this time. However, even if he could not withstand it, He-san was not much better. Why had he not used this secret skill before? It was because the consumption was too great that he had not used it all this time. Now that he had made up his mind to kill Ling Han at all costs, this did not mean that the consumption had suddenly become less. After 2 days of continuous circulation, he was also almost at his limit. His body was covered in sweat, and even his hair was stuck together. He was no longer as carefree as before. Now, rather than saying that it was a competition of their battle prowess, it was better to say that it was a test of their willpower. They were both about to reach the limits of their bodies, and the one who could persist longer would have the advantage. He-san was indeed a top genius. His willpower was extremely strong, and he kept chasing relentlessly. He believed that he could definitely persist longer than Ling Han. When it came to willpower, when had Ling Han ever been afraid? 5 days, 7 days, 9 days. On the 10th day, the two of them had actually reached their limits. The other party was clearly in front of them, but they still had to take a few breaths before they could catch up. At this time, Ling Han's physique showed its effects. Although his mystic energy was almost depleted and could only be squeezed out by pills, his physical strength was still full, at least 30% of it remaining. He was preparing for a counterattack. Once He-san's occult power was exhausted, he would be able to kill his opponent 10,000 times if everyone fought with their physical strength. It was about time. Ling Han suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared at He-san. "You're not running anymore?" He-san asked, panting heavily. He tried to make his tone as normal as possible. Ling Han smiled faintly. "Haven't you always wanted to spar with me? I'll fulfill your wish." He strode toward He-san. "Humph, do you think I don't know what you're planning?" He-san sneered and struck out with his palm. A brilliant light flickered. He held back a bit of his strength. "Go." Ling Han waved his hand. Xiao, the heavenly pattern jade, was thrown out. His stance of wanting to fight He-san with all his strength was just a pretense. His real killing blow was the heavenly pattern jade. The heavenly pattern jade instantly accelerated to 10 times the speed of sound. There was no helping it. Ling Han had used up too much of his mystic energy, causing the power of this attack to be much weaker. Psychokinesis artifact. He-san was stunned, but he immediately recognized it. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged. If he had dodged immediately, he might have been able to avoid it. But he had to wait for the heavenly pattern jade to strike. It was too late. After all, he was not at his peak right now. Even 10 times the speed of sound was enough to kill him. Pang, the heavenly pattern jade smashed into He-san, but circles of golden runes surged out of He-san's body, transforming into a golden bell that protected him within. A pained expression appeared on He-san's face. This was a talisman soldier that had been bestowed to him by the elites of his sect. When he was under attack, it would automatically activate. It was a treasure that could save his life. He had already used it 3 times when he was adventuring in the ancient ruins, and it had saved his life 3 times. He had never imagined that he would use it once while chasing after a mystic-seeking realm cultivator. But it did not matter. He could obtain a psychokinesis artifact. In the long run, its importance was definitely not lower than that of a talisman soldier. Ling Han was also surprised. He had not expected He-san to have such a life-saving treasure. Again. He was going all out. Activating so near, yet worlds apart, he rammed towards He-san. At the same time, he activated the destructive energy, which not only wrapped around his hands, but also shot out from the 300 acupuncture points in his body. He was now like a hedgehog. Pang, he rammed into He-san. This human cannonball was even faster than the heavenly pattern jade. Naturally, He-san could not dodge it, and was instantly hit head-on. If he was still in his peak condition, then with his powerful battle prowess, the counterattack he launched would be enough to severely injure or even kill Ling Han. But now, he was forcefully sent flying, and the destructive energy stabbed madly towards him. Wang, another circle of golden talisman scripts flickered, transforming into a golden bell that protected He-san. Fuck, there's more. Ling Han could not help but complain. His mystic power had been exhausted, and he could not use so near, yet worlds apart again. But He-san's scalp was even more numb. He had used another life-saving chance, and the talisman soldier's energy had been completely exhausted. It had turned into dust, and could no longer protect him. He was extremely depressed. This time, he had really gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only had he not killed Ling Han and obtained the psychokinesis artifact, but he had also used up 2 life-saving chances. But he did not hesitate to turn around and run. If Ling Han used that kind of attack again, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. There was no other way, his current condition was too poor. Ling Han did not chase after him. He could not catch up at all. He sat down on the ground and hurriedly took out medicinal pills and swallowed them. But he had eaten too many medicinal pills in the past few days, and his body had developed a strong resistance to them. The effects were minimal. Fortunately, he did not encounter any enemies. The next day, when the sun rose, Ling Han hurriedly made use of the time to cultivate and recover his mystic power. Half an hour later, Ling Han felt refreshed, and he had recovered to his peak condition. However, now that he had recovered, He-san was probably almost at his peak as well. He would definitely come for him later. He was just about to get up, but his expression changed. Fuck, he was actually about to break through. The leap in his life level was already surging. Should he break through immediately, or should he temporarily suppress it? Ling Han thought about it and decided to break through. He only needed one more step, and he would be at the peak of the enlightening realm, and he could break through to the mystery-seeking realm. As long as he entered the mystery-seeking realm, he would not need to fear He-san. Ling Han broke through. Boom, the shackles in his body were instantly shattered one by one. These 10 days of battle had completely squeezed out all of his potential, allowing him to usher in the current great explosion. But at this moment, a threatening chill approached, and He-san, who would not let go of him, came again. Chapter 36-38. He-san would never let Ling Han go. In terms of reputation, since he said he was going to kill Ling Han, he had to do it. Otherwise, wouldn't he ruin his reputation as the strongest youth of the Azure Dragon Empire? And from the perspective of benefits, Ling Han had grasped a great many astonishing treasured techniques, as well as a psychokinesis tool like the heavenly pattern jade. He naturally wanted to obtain them, but he would have to kill Ling Han first. Moreover, he had used up 2 life-saving opportunities on Ling Han, which naturally made him want to take down Ling Han. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss for him. Therefore, as soon as he recovered, he immediately ran back to where he came from. Die. He-san attacked with his sword, bursting with sword chi. Swish, swish, swish. The sky was densely covered like a rainstorm. Ling Han didn't hesitate and immediately ran. He was at the critical moment of breaking through and didn't have the time to fight with He-san. Swish, swish, swish. He executed so close, yet worlds apart several times. Under the violent vibrations, his body was immediately boiling. Originally, he could withstand it, but now that he was breaking through, his body was already undergoing a world-shaking transformation. After the impact, he immediately felt extremely uncomfortable and violently vomited a mouthful of blood. Again. Ling Han revealed a crazed expression and used the vibrations to break through the hidden acupoints. He actually succeeded, and one acupoint was suddenly opened. Very good, there were still 15 left. Right at this moment, He-san had already caught up. Damn, who's afraid of who? Ling Han didn't run. Since he couldn't use so close, yet worlds apart for now, he had no way to run. He rushed at He-san and executed the 3 styles of the war god. Facing these 3 immortal arts, He-san might have suffered countless losses, but he still couldn't suppress them. He could only retreat and didn't dare to face them head-on. 1 form, 2 forms, 3 forms, finally, 3 forms. He-san was startled. Why was Ling Han so slow this time? Not good. He suddenly realized that he had been tricked. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. Ling Han executed so close, yet worlds apart and instantly disappeared. The reason why he circulated the 3 styles of the war god so slowly was to stabilize the boiling in his body so that he could execute so close, yet worlds apart again. PFFF. Ling Han spat out another mouthful of blood. Although he had managed to buy himself some time, both the imminent, yet worlds apart and the 3 styles of the war god placed a huge burden on his body. How could he possibly recover? But at this time, he became even more crazy, and his eyes had already turned blood red. Open it, he roared. Pa, a few more shackles in his body were broken, and he had also opened 2 acupoints in one go. There were 13 more apertures. After a while, He-san came again. The ghost won't go away. Ling Han sighed in his heart. If He-san was really a ghost, he could use the 6 words wisdom ruler art to force him to retreat. Without hesitation, he charged forward again and took up the stance of the 3 forms of the Aries god. Do you know any other moves? He-san complained in his heart as he quickly retreated. However, he discovered that Ling Han did not use the 3 forms of the divine god of battle. He was only putting on a show. He had been tricked. He-san cried in his heart. That's right, Ling Han had just used the 3 forms of the Aries god. How could he use it a second time so quickly? He-san flew into a rage out of humiliation and hurriedly charged toward Ling Han. Ling Han snorted, took out the tombstone fragment, and smashed it at He-san. Boom, the brick was instantly entwined with heavy yin qi, as if there was a ghost that refused to disperse. Fuck, how did it mutate? Ling Han was also stunned. He had not used the tombstone fragment since he came to the Moonlight planet, nor had he taken it out. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge change? Could it be that the tomb was buried here, and the fragment was stolen from here? That's why it mutated. The yin qi soared into the sky, and the scene was shocking. He-san's expression also changed greatly, and he hurriedly ran back. He only stopped when he was out of the range of the yin qi. He looked at Ling Han and said, "You really don't know what's good for you. You actually dared to use something with such heavy yin qi. I don't need to do anything now. You will be entwined with yin qi and die without any symptoms." This was not an exaggeration. After being hit by the brick, one would definitely be entwined with bad luck and extremely unlucky. Even the Hongtian steppes, who had great luck, could not avoid it. He would be unlucky for a few months. Ling Han was now completely entwined with yin qi. He would not just be unlucky, but he would die. Then you wait. Ling Han ignored the yin qi and began to break through again. Crack, crack, crack. The shackles in his body shattered one after another, and the hidden acupoints were also rapidly opening up. 5, 7, 9, 15. There were only 3 left. However, at this time, Ling Han's progress slowed down, as if he had no strength to continue. This was obviously because he was disturbed by He-san and could not focus on breaking through, which was why this happened. Ling Han did not know if he would have another chance to break through the remaining 3 acupoints if he missed this opportunity. Thus, he had to resurrect from the dead. Break. He activated the plane in his body, and billions of living beings released their telekinesis, forming a driving force. Crack, the 16th acupoint opened. After a while, crack, the 17th acupoint opened. There was only one left. However, even though Ling Han was giving it his all, there was a limit to one's strength. His life energy began to drop, and the breakthrough was about to end. No. Ling Han revealed a crazed expression. He opened his mouth and took the initiative to absorb the yin qi. Right now, he needed energy and help. He did not care what it was, as long as it could help him open up another acupoint. Idiot. He San shook his head. He had never seen such a retard. Did he want to die faster? However, after being stimulated, the yin qi became even more violent, boiling like water. Even He San could not see clearly. All he could see was a lifeless black gas. As the yin qi entered his body, Ling Han shivered. This was not only the coldness of his body, but also the stillness of his soul, making him feel as if he was about to die. Break. However, Ling Han did not care. He activated this energy and once again stimulated the advancement of his life level, which was about to calm down. Boom, he had accidentally messed around, and actually succeeded. Crack, crack, crack. Another 3 shackles were shattered, and the 18th acupoint was also opened. A shocking scene appeared. All of Ling Han's acupoints lit up, like stars in the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have cultivated some kind of divine body. In just an instant, all the acupoints dimmed and temporarily returned to normal, waiting to explode. Boom, heaven and earth seemed to be enraged. There was the sound of thunder, and lightning flashed, as if it wanted to kill a certain rebellious person. Even the heaviest of yin qi could not withstand the wrath of heaven and earth. In just an instant, all the yin qi was dispersed. He San finally saw Ling Han again, and he could not help but sneer. Although this brat seemed to be very lucky, and even the heavens were helping him, it was already too late. He had absorbed too much yin qi, and even breathing would cause death qi to emerge. There was still hope. Chapter 3640. Therefore, Ling Han had to choose carefully which part of his body should be developed into an arcana realm. There was only one chance. Once he made up his mind and entered the arcana realm, he could not change it. Was it the Dantian that most people would choose? The Dantian Sea of Qi could become an independent space that could store a large amount of arcana power. It was a good choice. Or the Sea of Consciousness, which could also be developed into an independent space. Dantian Ling Han shook his head. This was the choice of the masses. If he wanted to become the strongest, he could not choose the path of the masses. The Sea of Consciousness? That was the land of the spirit. Who knew what would happen if he put his spirit and psyche power together? But what choice did he have? No matter which part of his body, it was impossible to develop an independent space. Just like the meridians in the body, the space they could hold was limited. Ling Han's eyes lit up. He had an idea long ago, but he did not know if it could be successfully implemented. He had great ambition. He wanted to cultivate to a height that no one else could reach. Using the plane in his body as an arcana realm. How many planes were there in his body, and how big was the space? If he could develop all these planes into arcana realms, then he would not have to worry about not having enough power. Who could compete with him? More importantly, this was a path that no one had ever walked before. He had to explore it carefully. There was nothing he could learn from. But this was definitely the path that he wanted to pursue, so Ling Han could not back down. Come. He sat down cross-legged. He needed an absolutely quiet environment because he did not know how long it would take to complete the breakthrough. Fortunately, he had the void beast skin wrapped around his body. As long as he didn't truly break through, heaven and earth wouldn't interact with him. Naturally, his aura wouldn't leak out. If He Sen found him again, it would definitely be his misfortune. Ling Han calmed his heart and thought. Turning the plane in his body into our arcana realm was just an idea, but how to implement it was not something that could be done just by thinking about it. He first simulated it, and after confirming that it would work, he finally started. The leap of life began. Ling Han was undergoing the last major upgrade of the mortal realm. Although he would be able to break through the shackles again, it would only be a minor cultivation supplement. It could not be compared to breaking through a major realm. It had begun. Ling Han activated the plane in his body. Naturally, he chose a super high-class plane as his first mystic realm. The plane had been formed a long time ago. It was ready-made, and there was no need for Ling Han to get it. However, how to open a passageway for the secret power to flow was the problem. Fortunately, Ling Han had experimented before. He had moved the living beings and objects out of his body. Although they were all crushed to dust by the power of the world, he had still gained some experience. He had to go in the same way he came out in the past. Furthermore, he had to open up a stable passageway. He couldn't unleash his might every time, and he had to squeeze out his secret energy like toothpaste. How the hell was he supposed to fight then? Therefore, for Ling Han, the key issue was how to open this passage. This sounded simple, but to open up the plane meridians was not something that could be done with just a few words. Ling Han tried to build a passageway, but once the surging energy surged, the passageway was destroyed. He tried again, and it was destroyed again. Again. Ling Han continued to try, and though he ended up in failure every time, he was still able to learn from his mistakes every time, and improve himself. He didn't know how many times he had failed. When Ling Han was getting a little numb, a new passageway was formed, and secret power surged. It wasn't destroyed. Ling Han only reacted after a while. He had originally planned to build a new passageway. The secret power in his meridians seemed to have found a home, and they all surged toward this super high-class plane. In the future, his meridians would no longer be responsible for storing secret power. They would only be used for the secret power to flow. This would undoubtedly increase Ling Han's battle prowess by a large margin. However, the upgrade of his life force was not over yet. Ling Han continued to open up new passageways to connect to the plane. He was very fast. This did not involve opening up a mystic realm. He only needed to build a bridge, and it would be enough until he broke through to the celestial path. With such a long time, he had a great hope of building all the planes in his body with passageways, and turning them into places to store his secret power. Heaven and earth immediately reacted, and large amounts of dark clouds gathered. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. Ling Han did not care at all. He tried his best to build passageways in his body. 100, 1,000, 10,000. Half a day passed, and Ling Han's upgrade of his life force finally stopped. He had also built more than 73,000 passageways, and connected to the same number of planes. Now, in terms of the upper limit of the secret power that could be stored, he could probably compare to a sect master or even a venerable. There was no end to the mystic realm. The open space could continue to expand as one's cultivation level increased. However, no matter how much it expanded, could it compare to a freak like Ling Han? He could also expand, turning each low-class plane into a medium, high-class, or even a super high-class plane. Of course, the problem now was not to increase the level of the plane, but how to fill up the existing planes. Previously, the mystical power stored in his meridians couldn't even fill up the first plane, which made Ling Han feel incredibly hungry. Of course, this wasn't because he wanted to eat, but rather because he needed to store more mystical power. He believed that this hunger would accompany him for a very, very long time, because his mystic realm was just too big, too big. Moreover, with every upgrade of his life force, he would build more passageways, and his hunger would increase. Sigh, Ling Han sighed. Others were worried that the mystic realm was not big enough, but he was actually worried that the mystic realm would be too big to fill up his foundation establishment or even cauldron forging. What kind of blissful worry was this? My current strength has undergone an earth-shattering change. Ling Han stood up, and a casual wave of his arms and legs seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. This was the ultimate power of the mortal realm. What about He-san? Come, let's see how I defeat this guy. Ling Han was not disappointed. Without the void beast skin to conceal his aura, He-san quickly found his way over. He looked coldly at Ling Han, his murderous aura materializing. Why aren't you attacking? Why aren't you running? He asked. Previously, when he caught up to Ling Han, he would either turn around and run, or he would charge at him and then run again. He had never been as calm as he was now. Ling Han smiled and said, I want to give you a good beating, how can I run? Ha 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 ha. He-san laughed. That's really funny. If you hadn't mastered a godly escape technique, you would have been buried in the ground half a year ago. Come. Ling Han hooked his finger. In a battle of the same level, he was invincible. Chapter 36-41. He-san wasn't sure. In his impression, Ling Han wasn't someone who forced himself to be strong. This person was extremely slippery, and if he couldn't win, he would run without any hesitation. But now, Jiang Yi wasn't running, wasn't using the three axes technique, and looked like he was going to fight him head-on. Could it be that he was plotting something? You really dare to fight me? He-san said indifferently. Today, I'll let you kneel and sing the song of conquest. Ling Han laughed. What a crafty mouth. He-san snorted and charged at Ling Han, the long sword in his hand flying. The sword slashed across, and the sword aura soared into the sky. It had to be said that He-san was indeed powerful. If he was still in the secret realm, he would definitely be one of the top experts and a 3-star genius. But now that he was pushed back from the cast tripod realm, his combat power could only be stronger. He was almost comparable to the 4-star geniuses of the secret realm, enough to sweep across this realm. The problem was, Ling Han had already surpassed the level of a 4-star genius. After opening 360 major acupoints, it was equivalent to him breaking through another limit. If he advanced into the mystery-seeking tier on this basis, just what level would his battle prowess reach? Ling Han went up and swung his iron fist, wrapped with the power of gold. Bang! The fist smashed onto the sword, and a huge ball of light burst out. It was like a meteor colliding, forming a huge explosion. A figure flew out from the explosion faster than the energy transmission. It was He-san. This wasn't the first time he was sent flying by Ling Han. He was sent flying after taking on the 3 styles of the war god. But that was the 3 styles of the war god. Ling Han could only use 3 styles with all his might, and he couldn't use them consecutively. But now, Ling Han just used a simple punch. Bang, He-san fell to the ground, and he immediately got up. He didn't suffer any injuries, but his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He was actually not a match for a single punch from Ling Han. That wasn't the 3 styles of the war god. How could it be? What's impossible about that? Ling Han said indifferently. In a battle of the same level, I'm naturally invincible. He-san could not understand why Ling Han would suddenly become so powerful. This was completely illogical. Even if he had stepped into the celestial path, he would still be suppressed by the heaven and earth and fall back to the mystic realm. His combat strength would still increase, but it would definitely be limited. It wouldn't be too exaggerated. However, Ling Han's current battle prowess was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was completely unrealistic. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Ling Han's foot tapped against the ground, and he caught up to He-san. He punched out again. He-san slapped out a palm to meet the attack, but as soon as the fist and palm collided, He-san was blasted away. It was like a child going head-on against a strong man, and the gap between them was extremely wide. Ling Han gave chase again, punching out with his iron fists. Pang, pang, pang. He-san could only defend passively. He kept retreating and being sent flying. Heaven's shadow sword. He-san roared, and with a slash of his sword, blue energy surged, forming a terrifying destructive force. Finally, Ling Han was forced to stop, and he was able to catch his breath. He supported himself with his sword, gasping for air. How was this possible? He had used his ultimate move, but he could only force Ling Han to stop for a moment. It was just like when Ling Han used the 3 styles of the war god. On the surface, it looked impressive, but in reality, it was just a show of strength. He suddenly had an epiphany, and he exclaimed, "You did break through, but it wasn't the celestial path, but the mystic realm." Now, everything made sense. Ling Han couldn't help but sneer. "You finally realized it." He was speechless. Only now did he realize that Ling Han was not bragging when he said he was invincible in the same level. He really was that powerful. Even if Ling Han had clearly explained it to him at that time, he would definitely not have believed him. Ling Han was only in the opening aperture tier and was able to barely stand against him. There was someone in the world who was more monstrous than him, and by so much? Wasn't it a joke? But now, without Ling Han's explanation, he realized it himself. He was really an unparalleled monstrous talent. Should he still fight? He didn't think he had any chance of winning. His opponent could almost compete with him at the opening realm, and now that he had reached a new level, his strength had increased tremendously. Get out, leave this place. He was at the cast tripod realm. No matter how monstrous Ling Han was, as long as there was no suppression from heaven and earth, even if Ling Han was a 10-star genius, he could still suppress him with one finger. With this thought, he was determined to retreat. You want to leave? Impossible. Ling Han shook his head. It would have been fine if he had decided to escape from the beginning, but now that he was here, he still wanted to leave. Hee. I admit that your talent is among the top in the star universe, but if you want to keep me here, bang. He wanted to say a few words to show his authority, but before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying. Ling Han twisted his neck and moved his shoulders. It was who sent he flying with close, yet worlds apart. With his strong physique, this kind of collision was nothing. But he was miserable. Close, yet worlds apart was extremely fast. Even if Ling Han's body weight was only slightly more than 50 kilograms, the impact at such a high speed was still terrifying. At least 2 of his bones were broken, and his face was extremely pale. His face was full of anger. He had never been treated like this before. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted in such a rude way. But there was nothing he could do. This method might be simple and crude, but its power was extremely domineering. It was using brute force to crush and eat. He roared and waved his sword to attack. Ling Han raised his fist and punched at He-san. Under the powerful force, He-san's sword was immediately thrown out of his hand. He retreated again and again, blood dripping from his right hand. That blow just now had torn the web between his thumb and forefinger. Ling Han strode forward. He opened his 8 heavenly circuit acupoints, forming a dazzling starlight screen. He-san looked a little lost. How can you be so powerful? This is impossible. This is impossible, although he knew that Ling Han had broken through to the secret realm, which caused his combat power to soar, he still couldn't understand how the secret realm could be so powerful. Was he a 4-star genius? No, he was now comparable to a 4-star genius in the secret realm. Even if he was slightly weaker, it would not be by much. A 4-star genius could not beat him so easily. 5-star genius. He was extremely jealous. Not to mention 5-star geniuses, even 4-star geniuses only existed in legends. A 3-star genius like him could never hope to catch up to them. But now, he found out that he had actually encountered a 5-star genius. Nothing is impossible. Ling Han threw a punch. He didn't need to use any secret method at all. One punch was enough. Bang! He-san tried his best to resolve it. He used his ultimate move, but the result was that he could only barely resolve it. His ultimate move could only resolve a casual punch from someone else. Who the hell are you? He-san gritted his teeth. You are definitely not from Moonlight Star. There's no such thing as you. Chapter 3642. Ling Han smiled. When you wanted to kill me, you didn't care who I was. Now that I'm killing you, you don't need to know who I am. Humph, if we weren't here, I could crush you with one hand, He-san said through gritted teeth. Ha 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 ha. Ling Han laughed, his face full of disdain. I am the descendant of a great emperor. I have countless secret treasures on me. If I really want to fight in the outside world, I can take out my ancestral artifact and slaughter even a saint. Fuck, wasn't it just bragging? He didn't know how to. He-san's entire body shook. A descendant of a Tharch with an ancestral artifact? What kind of terrifying existence was that? Other than the ancestral king, the sages were invincible, but in the face of an emperor weapon or an ancestral artifact, they could only bow their heads. This young man is actually a descendant of the ancestral king. No wonder he's so monstrous. Ling Han burst into laughter again and shook his head. I'm just joking with you. I'm destined to be the emperor. Why would I need to rely on the blessings of the ancestors? He-san couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How dare you say that? Although it was said that martial artists who didn't want to become ancestral kings weren't good martial artists, everyone knew their own limits. Even geniuses like He-san knew that the limit of their achievements in this life was likely to be at the cult master level. To become a venerable. Unless he had a heaven-defying opportunity and obtained a heaven-defying fortune, why was there only one venerable one on the Moonlight planet after so many years? Therefore, there were even fewer saints. Any saint could sweep through the universe. If the great emperor didn't come out, who could compete with them? However, for Ling Han to confidently say that he wanted to become an emperor, wasn't this a great joke? Even if you were 10 times more talented, you would only have a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming a martial sage, not to mention becoming a martial emperor. What a joke, he said coldly. Whether or not it's a joke, you'll know in the future. But you won't be able to see that day. Ling Han attacked once more, punching out with an ordinary fist that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. He-san fought back, but every time he received a blow, he would vomit blood. He was no match for Ling Han. Ling Han is invincible in the battle of the same level. He-san had to unleash his blue energy to be able to match it, but it consumed too much of his energy. After a few attacks, he was already out of breath. Ling Han had also lost his patience. Originally, He-san could be his whetstone, but now that he had entered the secret-seeking realm, his once powerful opponent was so vulnerable that it was not enough for him to go all out. To kill, he circulated the destructive energy and wrapped it around his fists as he faced He-san's blue energy head-on. This was a confrontation between two high-level energies. Boom, the fist and the sword collided, and He-san was sent flying. The blue energy instantly shattered, and the destructive energy wreaked havoc. Although they were both high-level energies, there was a qualitative difference. It could only be said that they were of a higher level than mystical powers, but there were also rankings among high-level energies. Hong, under the assault of the destructive energy, He-san instantly disappeared. So clean? Ling Han was shocked. With He-san's strength, he shouldn't have been able to completely obliterate him with a single blow. Ling Han looked at the sky. There were 2 pieces of paper talismans falling down. Even the destructive energy did not destroy them. Instead, it looked like they had been burned by themselves. Death Substitute Talisman. 10,000 Miles Escape Talisman. He summoned Tang Yun, and the little girl immediately cried out when she saw the 2 pieces of paper talismans. Hearing the name, Ling Han understood. Not only did He-san not die, but he had also escaped. The Death Substitute Talisman had saved He-san from being killed by the destructive energy, and the 10,000 miles escape talisman had instantly sent him tens of thousands of miles away. Sigh, there were so many benefits to having a strong martial artist standing behind him. Just now, he had the talisman soldier to block the fatal attack. Ling Han felt a little regretful. This was supposed to be a fat sheep. If he could capture him, he would definitely be able to make a fortune. Handsome big brother, you finally beat that guy? The little girl asked. Ling Han smiled and nodded. I won. Then we can finally leave this damn place, right? The little girl's mouth was crooked. What had they been eating these past few months? She could not stand it. Ling Han arrived at the agreed place. 2 days later, the 7 children and Shen Han arrived. Everyone gathered the essence of the earth together. Not only did they fuse together a portion of the earth crystal yuan, but they also had a surplus, enough to make up for half a portion of the earth crystal yuan. Unfortunately, everyone wanted to vomit here, so they naturally had no interest in fighting anymore, except for Shen Han. He said that he had nothing to do anyway, so he wanted to continue killing monsters with the remaining earth essence until he could gather another portion of the earth crystal yuan. Ling Han knew that this guy wanted to find something to do. Otherwise, he would lose his life goal, and he would only be left at a loss. He patted Shen Hanyan's shoulder and left. After leaving the Rolling Stones wasteland, the little girl summoned the flying shuttle, and the two of them boarded it. Xiao, they immediately flew into the sky. Farewell for now, Moonlight Star. Ling Han looked back, and he said in his heart that it would not be long before he returned to this place. At that time, he would settle the score with the Pang and Shu families, and if he encountered He San, he did not mind stepping on him. Xiao, the flying shuttle was extremely fast, and soon, it entered the starry sky and began to travel through the space nodes. Once, twice, thrice, after about 2 months, they finally returned to Heavenly Sea Star. It had been more than a year since they last saw each other. Be careful, don't bump into anyone again, Ling Han warned in advance. This little girl was completely a spoiler. I know. The little girl nodded, but looking at her fanatical expression, it was clear that she was just perfunctory with Ling Han. Sure enough, she controlled the flying shuttle to descend, aiming directly at a sect. Hong, after crashing into a mountain peak, this mountain peak was forcibly disintegrated. Countless crushed rocks fell, dust and sand filled the sky, enveloping an area of several dozen li. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ling Han hurriedly grabbed the little girl and ran away. Fortunately, this sect did not pledge allegiance to Xianbei country, so it would be a lesson for them. After spending another 3 days, Ling Han finally returned to the imperial capital. Yo, I haven't seen you for more than a year, and you've become more beautiful. Ling Han entered the External Affairs Department, and after seeing Princess Biyao, he could not help but say with a smile. If there was any change in the External Affairs Department, it would be that it was much more deserted. Not to say that it was completely deserted, but in fact, it was not much better. Now that the forces that should have surrendered had surrendered, the External Affairs Department naturally existed in name only. Princess Biyao was indeed more radiant and elegant, but it was not that her appearance had changed, but as she walked further on the path of immortality, her temperament naturally became more ethereal and lively. Seeing her, everyone's first reaction was that she was a fairy descending to the mortal world. Princess Biyao couldn't help but be speechless. Now, only Ling Han still dared to flirt with her like this, but the key was that this guy didn't have the slightest bit of crooked thoughts, and was completely teasing her, making her unable to get angry even if she wanted to. You're back, now the situation in the imperial capital has changed greatly, she said. Chapter 36-44. Although martial art had recovered and modern technology could no longer compete with warriors, some things were still very practical. For example, cars. Ling Han and Princess Biyao sat in a long limousine. It was very cool, but it was too slow. It took them more than 40 minutes to finally reach the vicinity of the palace. Originally, this was a forbidden area, and the driver could not go any further. But this time, Ling Han and Princess Biyao had invitations, so they let the driver continue. At the entrance of the palace, they were stopped. After carefully checking their invitations, they were allowed to pass. The driver was extremely excited. Naturally, he could not enter the palace, but not only did he enter, but he also drove in. It made him feel like he was in a dream. Soon, the car arrived at Jiuhua Palace. The driver refused to accept the money. "Sirs, it's all thanks to you that I have the chance to enter the palace and realize my lifelong dream. How can I accept your money?" With that, Ling Han and Princess Biyao no longer insisted and got out of the car. It was not yet time for the banquet, but there was already a sea of people here. Obviously, this time, the Empress and Imperial concubines had invited many people, but the External Affairs Hall only had 2 invitations. That was because the princes and the External Affairs Hall did not have a good relationship, so they only gave 2 invitations. It seemed that all the clans in the imperial capital had been invited, but many people were not qualified to enter the palace, so they could only join in the fun outside. But for these people, being able to enter the palace was already glorious. Not only were there clans in the imperial capital, but there were also sects that had submitted to Xianbei country. Who would dare to ignore an invitation from the Empress? This was the wife of a spirit transformation perfected lord, so they had to give her face no matter what. Therefore, today was really a day of stars surrounding the moon. Ling Han and Princess Biyao were very low-key and did not greet anyone. However, Princess Biyao was too beautiful. Once she got out of the car, she became the focus of everyone's attention. Pairs of eyes stared at her without blinking. Even now, the number of newly advanced Immortal Path powerhouses was extremely limited. As for women, there was only Princess Biyao. Even if she was not attractive, she would still receive a lot of attention, not to mention her otherworldly beauty. The 2 of them couldn't keep a low profile even if they wanted to. The crowd was discussing fervently. The news of the arrival of the 2 manor heads of the Department of External Affairs spread like wildfire. Ling Han didn't mind. If they knew, then so be it. If they were afraid of trouble, he wouldn't have come. After entering the hall, the 2 of them found their positions. However, the infuriating thing was that not only were their positions not next to each other, but Ling Han was also far behind Princess Biyao. Is that against the rules? Ling Han touched his chin and said, "You're the princess that His Majesty personally conferred, so it's reasonable to put you in front." Princess Biyao frowned. "This is obviously a show of strength to embarrass you. You're just going to endure it?" This was not in line with Ling Han's personality. Ling Han smiled. "Look at what you're saying. Am I the kind of person who would haggle over every ounce and seek revenge for the smallest grievance?" Princess Biyao did not say anything, but her eyes were filled with certainty. "It's fine. Believe me, I've been cultivating recently. As long as others don't step on my head, I won't bother about it." Ling Han smiled. Princess Biyao did not believe it, but she did not say anything and went to the front. She was extremely beautiful. Now that she had entered the immortal path, her temperament was ethereal and moving. Naturally, she was immediately surrounded by the stars. All the princes surrounded her and tried to curry favor with her. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that she was the first person to enter the immortal path after the world recovered made her worthy of marrying. Not only the princes, but the guests were also very interested in Princess Biyao. They were not afraid of the princes at all and also came up to curry favor with her. At 7 o'clock, the sky was completely dark, and the guests had all arrived. Empress Ma and the imperial concubines came out one after another, and the entire hall was silent. Although their strength was sparse and ordinary, they were the wives and concubines of perfected Lord Spirit Transformation, so they naturally had to be respected. After a few words from the ladies, the banquet began. Ling Han just ate silently. He did not want to lower himself to the level of these women. Speaking of which, they were all his juniors, so he was too embarrassed to argue with them. Of course, the prerequisite was that they did not provoke him. With Qin Fengyan's prestige, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Everyone complimented the eldest prince and the others, saying that they were dragons and phoenixes among men, and that their future achievements would not lose to Qin Fengyan's. Blah, blah, blah. Ling Han wanted to sleep listening to them. In his opinion, other than the eldest prince who had some potential, the other princes were all mediocre. At most, they would advance to the cauldron-casting realm. Biyao. Empress Ma suddenly changed the topic to Princess Biyao. You've been in the imperial capital for 2 years, right? Yes. Princess Biyao said gently, although she could kill the lady sitting on the main seat with a wave of her hand. Empress Ma nodded and continued, so much time has passed. Have you thought clearly about which prince you want to marry? This was a forced marriage. When the demon princess entered the imperial capital, she came with the mission of marriage. She wanted to marry one of the princes, but it was up to her to decide which one to marry. Now, Empress Ma was forcing Princess Biyao to make a choice. Everyone was paying close attention, and the eldest imperial prince and the others all wore proud expressions. There were even a few who looked at Ling Han provocatively. Why do you think you're sitting here? I want you to see this scene with your own eyes. No matter what choice Princess Biyao made, it was like keeping the goodies within the family. She was going to marry a prince, and Ling Han had no fate with her. Ling Han did not say anything. He wanted to see how Princess Biyao would choose. At most, he would use his identity as Qin Fengyan's uncle and slap them all. Princess Biyao smiled and said, Biyao is focusing on cultivation now. Your Highnesses, after entering the immortal path, your lifespans are at least 1,000 years, so there is no need to be anxious. How can this be? Empress Ma shook her head. As the saying goes, only when you have a family can you be at ease. Biyao, do you think that no prince is worthy of you? Her words were very harsh. Empress Ma, you're going too far. A young man suddenly stood up. I think Lady Biyao is right. As cultivators, we should put aside our personal feelings and pursue the supreme Tao. His name was Zhu Sun, and he was a foundation establishment expert. His grandfather was also a spirit transformation perfected lord, so he did not need to be afraid of Empress Ma. Yes. Another young man stood up with a wine glass in his hand, looking extremely casual. Moreover, marriage depends on the wishes of both parties. What's the point of forcing them to be together? His name was Zhou Yang, and he was also a guest from outer space. His background was not inferior to Zhu Sen's. Chapter 36-45. Empress Ma's expression was a bit ugly. She had used this banquet to force Princess Biyao to make a stand, but she didn't expect the 2 extraterrestrial visitors to intervene. What does it have to do with you? She knew that Zhu Sun and Zhou Yang must have taken a fancy to Princess Biyao, which was why they were speaking up for justice. But she couldn't do anything about it. Their background was no weaker than hers. What could she use to suppress them? Moreover, the situation on Heavenly Ocean was very delicate. Although Qin Fengyan could withstand the pressure of the other 4 perfected cultivators, what about a few more? Therefore, Empress Ma didn't dare to be stubborn and make another strong enemy for Qin Fengyan. She was so flustered that she couldn't speak at all. Seeing this, Imperial concubine Lu quickly said, Okay, let's talk about Biyao later. Today is a joyous day for the princes. Come, let's drink. Congratulations to the princes for crossing the immortal gate and becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. Embark on the immortal path and pursue the great path. This is the fortune of our dynasty. Everyone was flattering them, but the extraterrestrial visitors were disdainful. What a group of uncivilized people. Was it worth being so excited about crossing the immortal path? Wasn't it a matter of course to become a foundation establishment cultivator on their planet? With the background of a spirit transformation cultivator, it would be strange if they couldn't embark on the immortal path. It couldn't be helped. This planet had just recovered, and it was normal for martial art to wither. If the cage hadn't been opened in advance, these extraterrestrial visitors would have been invincible. The eldest prince and the others were all glowing. Today was the beginning of their lives. The immortal path was a height that they could only look up to in the past. Now that they had set foot on it, they would reach the peak in the future. With a perfected cultivator father to protect them, their future was limitless. I'm Zhou Yang, and I've just reached the Heaven Foundation realm. However, I'm willing to seal my cultivation to the mortal foundation realm and ask for advice from the princes. At this moment, a discordant voice was heard. The extraterrestrial visitor Zhou Yang stood up again and provoked the eldest prince. To accept or not to accept? He had to accept the challenge. The other party had already named him by name and said that he would seal his cultivation. If he still did not dare to accept the challenge, where would the face of the royal family be? Empress Ma, Imperial Concubine Lu, and the others looked gloomy. These extraterrestrial visitors really didn't give them any face. Just now, they spoke up for Princess Bai Xiao, and now they challenged Prince Zhu La. However, the other party's background was very strong and Xianbei country could not afford to make another strong enemy, so they could not afford to offend him. Taking a step back, even if they wanted to suppress it, there was nothing they could do. Zhou Yang was a foundation establishment expert, but how many experts did the royal family have? Were they going to let the sects that had pledged allegiance to them take action? That would be hilarious. The royal family was too weak. Therefore, after the princes looked at each other, the 13th prince stepped out first and said, "Then let me experience it." Zhou Yang sneered, "Please." The 13th prince was suppressed in just 10 moves. "Young Master Zhou, what's the point of using cultivation to suppress people?" An official said. He had received Empress Ma's permission. Otherwise, how could a small engravement realm cultivator like him dare to challenge a foundation establishment cultivator? Zhou Yang did not say anything and only slapped at the 10th prince. Boom! A terrifying power surged. The 10th prince could not resist it at all and was instantly sent flying. This was the answer. Look, if I show my foundation establishment strength, I'll be this strong. Moreover, he was using the 10th prince to show his true battle prowess. What kind of contempt was this? So what if it was the royal family? He did not fear them at all. They were not Qin Fengyan. Everyone was speechless. Zhou Yang did not use cultivation to win against the 13th prince. It was just that his battle prowess was too strong. Let this king experience for a bit. The 9th prince walked out. His figure was shockingly tall and sturdy, as if he was a violent bear. "Make your move," Zhou Yang said indifferently. The 9th prince made his move, but he was defeated in just 10 moves. 2 consecutive defeats. The 7th prince also stood out and said, "Brother Zhou's strength is truly extraordinary. Let me experience it for a bit." He was proficient in telekinesis. After stepping onto the path of immortality, it had been completely developed. He was confident that he would not lose to the first prince, who had an innate divine physique. The 7th prince attacked with a thought. Swish, swish, swish. Countless short swords flew out from his body, filling the sky as they shot towards Zhou Yang. What powerful telekinesis. Zhou Yang revealed a serious expression. The attacks of telekinesis cultivators were strange and could be launched from any angle. It was impossible to defend against. However, he was not afraid. How strong could someone from a backward land of martial art be? The 7th prince wasn't too bad. At one point, he was evenly matched with Zhou Yang. But just as everyone was cheering for him, thinking that he would be able to save face for Xianbei country, Zhou Yang suddenly exploded and defeated the 7th prince in 2 or 3 moves. Ling Han could see clearly that the 7th prince had lost because he did not have a good telekinesis artifact. If the 7th prince had the heavenly pattern jade, Zhou Yang would have a headache 100 times over. But with the 7th prince's defeat, the other princes, with the exception of the first prince, gave up on the idea of attacking. They had fought amongst themselves, and the 7th prince's battle prowess was second only to the first prince. In an instant, everyone's gazes were focused on the first prince. The first prince had no choice but to act. The dignity of the royal family and Xianbei country rested on his shoulders. He had to defend this pass. But he had no confidence at all. His opponent was so strong that even an innate divine physique like him had no chance of winning. As the two fought, the first prince quickly went all out and even used his innate mystique. Countless rays of green light rained down from the sky. That's a mystique. Zhou Yang was knowledgeable. I didn't expect you to have an innate divine physique. Innate divine physiques were too rare, at least not for him. Even if the first prince was only a 9th grade innate divine physique, he was still extremely powerful. The moment he used his mystique, he immediately gained the upper hand. Everyone cheered loudly, finally regaining their momentum. But the foreign guests were extremely calm. Innate divine physiques were indeed powerful, but after stepping onto the path of immortality, those who used divine stones as their foundation were not weak. Some of the top-grade divine stones could even match up to 2nd-grade divine physiques. As expected, Zhou Yang quickly began to counterattack. He used a powerful immortal art and blocked the first prince's mystique. Although the mystique was powerful, it could not be used indefinitely. It was a huge burden on the body and could only be used as an ultimate move. Thus, once the eldest prince's explosive period was over, he immediately fell into a predicament where he could not make ends meet and was quickly defeated. At this point, the first prince's army was completely annihilated. Zhou Yang revealed a proud expression. Is there any other prince who wants to challenge me? Everyone was speechless. Their skills were inferior, so it would only be more embarrassing to say such words. Ha ha ha. The foreign guests laughed disdainfully. The primitive lands were so weak that they could not even withstand a single blow. The officials of Xianbei country felt their faces burning. They could not bear to be slapped in the face in their own court. But there was nothing they could do. Who asked the princes to be weaker than them? Was there anyone who could stand up and beat these fellows up? Could it be that in such a huge planet, in such a huge country, there was not a single true genius? Unfortunately, Hong Tianbu had betrayed them. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to turn the tide. Battle of the same level. Amidst the silence, a lazy voice rang out. Let me teach you a lesson. Chapter 36-46. And then someone else jumps out. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound, and they were all stunned. So it was this guy. The imperial capital's pride, other than Hong Tianbu, there was also Ling Han. Faced with so many pairs of eyes, Ling Han was still eating slowly, as if the bold words just now didn't come from his mouth. Zhou Yang sneered, a puny arcana-seeking realm dares to challenge me? Ling Han was not moved. He said lightly, come, suppress your cultivation to the secret-seeking realm. I will defeat you within 10 moves. One more move and I will make an exception to take you as my godson. Fuck, why is this guy so mean? Zhou Yang was enraged. And, do you want to die? Do you dare or not? Just say it, Ling Han goaded him. I wouldn't dare. Zhou Yang shook his head. It's just disdain. Ling Han thought for a moment, then took out the heavenly rune jade and shook it. I'll use this as a wager. Whoever can defeat me in a battle of the same level can take this away. Psychokinesis Dharma Artifact. Heavenly Rune Jade. Zhou Yang, Zhu Sen, and the others exclaimed in surprise, revealing looks of envy. Of course, they knew what it was. Telekinesis artifacts were extremely rare, so even though it was only a 2-star material, it was still enough to tempt them. Even Life Core Realm warriors would treat it as a treasure. I'll do it. I'll fight you. No, let me do it. Zhou Yang and the others shouted anxiously. They all wanted to fight with Ling Han. How could there be a genius in a backward place like Heavenly Starry Sky? Therefore, whoever made the first move would be able to obtain the Heavenly Rune Jade. Ling Han grinned, if you want to challenge me, it's simple. Take out a treasure of equal value. Wait, when did it become a challenge? Didn't you jump out on your own? However, the Heavenly Rune Jade was too precious, so they couldn't be bothered with it. I have a 300-year-old yellow ginseng here. It can replenish your qi and blood. It can save your life. Zhou Yang was the first to speak. He took out a ginseng and placed it on the table. All right, let's fight. Ling Han nodded. Zhou Yang walked over, suppressing his cultivation as he walked. The aura of the immortal path immediately disappeared. Right now, he was only searching for the secret realm. Ling Han stood with his hands behind his back. Those who want to challenge me, line up. You must take out something good. If you don't have something good, I won't accept the challenge. Damn, you're too arrogant. You think you've beaten Zhou Yang before the fight even starts? As the person in question, Zhou Yang was naturally the most furious. In this primitive land, there was actually someone who dared to look down on him like this. He snorted, you really don't know what you're talking about. Zhou Yang took a step forward, dashing towards Ling Han. He was already impatient, he wanted to defeat Ling Han so that he wouldn't be annoyed. Facts trump all. I'll let you have 10 moves. Ling Han casually parried, only defending and not attacking. Zhou Yang didn't know Ling Han's strength, so he assumed that Ling Han didn't even have the strength to fight back. He snorted and increased the intensity of his attacks. Ling Han only exchanged a few moves and was sure that Zhou Yang was a one-star genius. But now that he had suppressed his cultivation to the secret realm, his battle strength was close to 2 stars. He was extraordinary. No wonder he could sweep away the Crown Prince. Even the Crown Prince with his innate divine body wasn't his match. One-star geniuses were indeed strong. Coupled with the profound immortal techniques, even the Crown Prince couldn't beat him. Seeing that Ling Han only defended and didn't attack, everyone felt that it was normal. Zhou Yang was an alien. Didn't he see that even the Crown Prince and the others were defeated? It wasn't strange that Ling Han couldn't beat him. But didn't it hurt that he was so high profile just now and now he was slapped in the face? This was also a disgrace to Xianbei country. If Ling Han unleashed his might, then he would be able to insta-kill Zhou Yang with a single strike. However, if that was the case, who would still be willing to bet with him? There was no profit to be made. Therefore, Ling Han was casting a long line to catch a big fish. If the 7 kids were here, with their understanding of Ling Han, they would have known that Ling Han was cheating again. After a few hundred moves, Ling Han finally showed his strength and defeated Zhou Yang with a slight advantage. Thanks. Ling Han walked over and picked up the 300-year-old yellow ginseng. Then, with an arrogant look, he said, "Is there anyone else who can beat this alien who can't even withstand a single blow?" Hearing this, Zhu Sen and the others were furious. This kid was too arrogant. He only beat Zhou Yang by 1 move. It was all luck. What was there to be proud of? Everyone, make way. I'll take care of this kid. A man in green walked out. He took out a piece of green metal and put it on the table. This is a 1-star material, misery green gold. Is it enough? Of course, a 1-star material couldn't be compared to a 2-star material. Moreover, the Heavenly Rune Jade was a telekinesis instrument. It was far more precious than ordinary 2-star materials. Ling Han didn't care. He just wanted to make some extra money. It's not enough, but it doesn't matter. You're going to lose anyway, Ling Han said provocatively. You're really arrogant. The man in green rushed over and launched a fierce attack. Ling Han was still the same. he didn't win with a single blow. Instead, he fought with his opponent, giving others the illusion that the two of them were about the same level. After a few hundred moves, Ling Han finally strengthened his attack and defeated the man in green. 2 consecutive victories. This time, everyone looked at Ling Han in a new light. In the first battle, Ling Han was just lucky. His 2 consecutive victories were enough to prove it. This wasn't luck. Ling Han put away the misery green gold. Sigh, can't you send a decent opponent? Sigh, none of them are enough for me. This was too arrogant, too crazy. You're just a small pawn from a backwater land. How dare you talk so big? Another alien stood out and put down a pill. This is the 3 transformations pill, a quasi 1-star pill. It can promote the evolution of one's vitality. It'll be very beneficial to you. Ling Han couldn't help but be disappointed. Although the 3 transformations pill's effects were exactly what he needed, he'd already taken the 5 elements fortune pill. There was no point in taking another pill with similar effects. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to refine 2 5 elements fortune pills? Forget it, if he didn't use it himself, he could give it to others. I'll just force myself. Ling Han waved his hand. Damn, you're even looking down on me? Let's fight. The battle began. Ling Han used the same old rules, dragging out the opponent for 300 moves before defeating him. 3 consecutive victories. Ling Han became more and more arrogant. Attracting hatred was too easy for him. All he had to do was act as himself. One after another, the alien guests jumped out. They couldn't take this provocation. It was too infuriating. One went up, one died. Not a single person could defeat Ling Han. 9 battles, 9 victories. This time, the alien guests were all dumbfounded. 9 battles, 9 victories. Although they were all won with great difficulty, it was enough to prove the problem. Ling Han was very, very strong. Although he was very arrogant, making people gnash their teeth in hatred. Is there anyone else? Ling Han asked with a smile. He swept his gaze around, but no one answered him. Right now, everyone had to consider whether they were stronger than the previous 9 people. Otherwise, if they went up, they would only be giving up a defeat, and would only be humiliating themselves. I'll go. After a long time, Zhu Sun walked out. Chapter 36-48. A beautiful romance. After the silhouette finished speaking, its body turned into fragments of light and disappeared. What was this Chen Fengyan busy with all day? Why did he always send out his clones and thoughts? It was almost impossible to see his real body. Could it be that he was trying to break through to the 4 extremities and become a sect master level cultivator? That was possible. That was why he was very patient now. As long as he became a sect master level cultivator, how could the likes of the primordial true sovereign be his match? The impending conflict was resolved, but the atmosphere could not return to how it was before. The extraterrestrial visitors all had ugly expressions. They were actually suppressed by a secret realm cultivator, which made them feel suffocated. But in a battle of the same level, they really were not his match. Humph, what's the point of being invincible in the secret realm? Yes, during the Spring Immortals Gate, how many geniuses died? I can only show off now. When I step onto the path of immortality, I'll fight at the same level and kill them as easily as turning my palm. Foundation establishment is the starting point of cultivation. It's meaningless compared to the mortal realm. Not long after, these extraterrestrial visitors all started to get high and belittle Ling Han without a care for the facts. This was very infuriating. They were obviously no match for him in a battle of the same level, but they still wanted to ridicule him. Ling Han did not say anything. He only took out the treasures he had just won and placed them on the table one by one. Immediately, the extraterrestrial visitors were speechless. These bets were their humiliation and also Ling Han's battle achievements. What else could they say? The banquet continued, but everyone lost interest. The guests from beyond the stars all hoped that the banquet would end quickly so that they could leave. Meanwhile, the officials of Black North Country were discussing fervently about Ling Han. As expected, His Imperial Majesty still thought highly of this young genius. Should he find a chance to shove a married woman from his clan into the Ministry of External Affairs? The main characters of this banquet were clearly the eldest prince and the others, but now everyone was thinking about Ling Han. It was just that different people had different feelings. Seeing this, Empress Ma also felt that there was no point in continuing the banquet. She stood up and was about to announce the end of the banquet. But at this moment, boom, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the sky. It looked so familiar. Not good, it was Tang Yun, that little loli, who drove the shuttle over again. Just as Ling Han was about to use so close, yet worlds apart to leave, he discovered that the meteor had actually come to a sudden stop in midair. It was no more than 100 feet above their heads. It wasn't Tang Yun, Ling Han said in his heart. Firstly, the little loli didn't have such good skills. Secondly, the appearance of the shuttle was also different. Very good. With so many people here, it will save me a lot of time. A voice came from the flying shuttle. I'm the envoy of the Golden Origin Holy Land. I'm here for the Golden Origin Fruit Festival that will be held in a year. Gold Origin Holy Land. Metal Essence Fruit Gathering. All of a sudden, the extraterrestrial visitors became extremely excited. They naturally knew what the Golden Origin Holy Land meant. Only forces that had produced sages were qualified to be called sacred grounds. The flying shuttle slowly came to a stop, and then a middle-aged man walked out from inside. His expression was strangely arrogant. Come to think of it, it was understandable that his eyes grew on his forehead as he came from the forces of the saints. Greetings, sir. The extraterrestrial visitors all bowed in unison, their faces full of smiles. Seeing their expressions, no matter how stupid the people of Xianbei were, they knew that the Golden Origin Holy Land was incomparably powerful. This Metal Essence Fruit Festival would probably be extremely grand, and they would be able to obtain great benefits. The middle-aged man's expression was reserved. Although he was only in the Foundation Establishment realm, with his background, even Life Core realm cultivators would be very polite to him. He was very satisfied with the treatment he received, but he deliberately kept a straight face. I'm here under orders to find geniuses and grant them the qualifications to participate in the Metal Essence Fruit Festival. I didn't expect there to be so many geniuses in this declining place. Sir, you don't know, but I'm not from Tian Haixing. I'm from the Flying Rain sect of Danxia planet. I'm from the Ninechen sect of Setting Sun Star. Everyone introduced themselves one by one, hurriedly disassociating themselves from Tian Haixing. They didn't want to be regarded as natives of a backward place. I see. The middle-aged man nodded. His name was Wan Zipping. After being flattered, he naturally introduced himself. Being called Sir Wan made him feel even better. I don't care so much. I'm under orders to find geniuses. I don't care about their background, as long as they have enough talent. Come on, everyone. As long as you put your hand on the flying shuttle, it will automatically determine if you're qualified to go to the Metal Essence Holy Land. He was a bit of a noisy guest, but the Holy Land and Fruit Festival he had thrown out were knocked unconscious. Even Empress Ma and the eldest prince didn't step forward to stop him. Instead, they first sent people to investigate the situation. After learning about the origin of the Metal Essence Holy Land, they all gasped. Sages? What kind of lofty existence was this? They didn't even need to make a move. With a single thought, they could destroy Tian Haixing. Of course, having a sage before and having a sage now were two different things. Even if the Metal Essence Holy Land no longer had a sage, who could compare to its heritage? The Holy Land definitely had a sage artifact to suppress it. Even venerables would be killed if they went. Everyone lined up obediently. No one dared to speak loudly for fear of being disqualified. Those below the immortal path don't need to join in the fun, Wan Zipping said. He pulled a person out of the line, his face full of disdain. What? The minimum requirement to qualify was the Foundation establishment realm? This was enough to fool 99% of the people present. The extraterrestrial visitors sneered. What kind of place did they think the Metal Essence Holy Land was? Did they think that just anyone could go there? A considerable number of people turned their gazes towards Ling Han. So what if you were a freak? If he didn't reach the Foundation establishment realm, he wouldn't even be qualified to take the test. He could only watch helplessly as a great opportunity flew away. It must be very uncomfortable. The test was in progress. Those who passed would be enveloped by a ray of light and branded with a mark. This was the qualification to participate in the Metal Essence Fruit Festival. Those who passed were naturally overjoyed, but those who didn't had ugly expressions. Based on the current situation, one had to be a one-star genius to pass. Princess Biyao walked forward and bowed to Wan Zipping. Biyao greets Lord Wan. Wan Zipping's eyes lit up. Such a beauty was really rare. Even in the Metal Essence Holy Land, her appearance alone was enough to make her a saintess. He couldn't help but become gentle. What's the matter? Biyao would like to ask Lord Wan to make an exception, Princess Biyao said. She pointed at Ling Han. This is Ling Han. He's currently in the mystic realm and is invincible among his peers. He's only one step away from the immortal path. 1 year is enough for him to reach the Foundation establishment realm. Do you want me to make an exception for him and grant him the qualification? Wan Zipping asked. Yes. Princess Biyao bowed. Wan Zipping couldn't help but laugh. In such a backward place, there's actually someone who dares to boast that he's invincible among his peers. Rules are rules. Without reaching the Foundation establishment realm, how can he be qualified to go to the Holy Land? Chapter 36-49. That's right. You're merely in the mystery-seeking realm, so what right do you have to stand on equal footing with us? Zhou Yang and the others immediately began to mock and ridicule Ling Han. Those who had been defeated by Ling Han were all one-star geniuses, and they had all passed the test and obtained a spot in the mystery-seeking realm. The contrast was very clear. They had stood out, but Ling Han didn't even have the right to participate in the test. Hee. Princess Biyao wanted to say more, but Wan Zipping waved his hand and refused. Ling Han walked over and said with a smile, no need to talk nonsense with him. But the Metal Origin Fruit Festival is very important, Princess Biyao said anxiously. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. I just asked around. The Metal Origin Sacred Land holds a Metal Origin Fruit Festival every 20 years. Not only will they impart supreme immortal arts, but they will also supply the Sacred Land's treasured immortal fruits. If you can participate in the Metal Origin Fruit Festival, it will save you hundreds of years of cultivation time. Ling Han smiled. I didn't say I won't go. Princess Biyao was stunned. You don't even have the right to participate. How can you go? Don't worry. I don't have to rely on him to go to the Metal Origin Sacred Land. Ling Han smiled. Alright, don't worry about me. You're like my wife. You're still so talkative. Princess Biyao stomped her feet in anger. Everyone took the test one by one, including the eldest prince and the others. What kind of place was the Sacred Land? However, the eldest prince passed, and so did the 7th prince. The other princes were mercilessly eliminated. In 3 days, head to these coordinates. The Sacred Land will activate a large array to transport all of you there. Wan Zipping announced the coordinates, then sneered. Those who don't pass the test don't waste time. You don't have any imprints on you. Once the array is activated, you'll be hanged alive. I'll only say it once. If you don't believe me, then you're courting death. I still have to find other geniuses. I'm leaving. Wan Zipping re-entered the flying shuttle. Whoosh, it tore through the air. Ha 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 ha. The foreign guests laughed. They had basically passed the test. Those who could be sent here were naturally geniuses. They looked at Ling Han with ridicule. So what if you're invincible in the secret realm? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you continue to be arrogant now? Ling Han looked at them, and there was only one word in his mind: villains intoxicated by success. Of course, he was going to participate in the Metal Essence Fruit Festival. However, he wasn't going to do it through Wan Zipping. Instead, he was going to do it directly. A year's time was enough for him to step onto the immortal path and directly erupt on a celestial body of the Gold Origin Holy Land. Would the Gold Origin Holy Land not extend an olive branch to such a genius? Heh, when the time comes, I'll still beat you until you call me Grandpa. Zhou Yang and the others were all preparing to set off. The 1st and 7th princes were also preparing to set off. If they could cultivate a saint technique, then even if they didn't become a saint in the future, they would still be able to dream of becoming a venerable or a sect leader. This temptation was too great, and no one could resist it. All of them set off for fear of being delayed by something. If they couldn't make it to the Golden Origin Holy Land, wouldn't that be a great loss? Princess Biyao naturally passed the test and got a place. She and Ling Han returned to the Department of External Affairs and didn't speak along the way. She was still angry at Ling Han for missing such a great opportunity. Ling Han just smiled. Even if he really missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be very sad, because he had even obtained the Mother Gold, which was something that even a saint would be jealous of. Well, there should be heavenly flames on a big planet like the Gold Origin Holy Land, right? He could refine a sovereign weapon. The next day, Princess Biyao set off. Time was limited, so she had to hurry. Without me, you must be careful, she warned. The 2nd prince and the 3rd prince are both in the Foundation establishment realm. You are no match for them. You must not fight because of your pride. Okay, I'm not a fool. Ling Han smiled. Princess Biyao gave him some more advice before leaving. A few days later, there was news that Wan Zipping had left Heavenly Sea Star and gone to another planet. He also went to the Primordial Sect, Jiuling Sect, and the other 4 Great Spirit Transformation True Lord forces to distribute some places. Including Hong Tianbu, several geniuses had already left Heavenly Sea Star and were taken directly to the Gold Origin Holy Land by a large array. Starry sky projection and traveling through space were the means of a saint. Heavenly Sea Star suddenly fell silent. Many geniuses left one by one, causing the newly revived planet to lose a lot of vitality. Ling Han guarded his heart. He cultivated hard every day. On the other hand, he was also looking for elixir recipes on the immortal path. As long as he stepped on the immortal path, he would start refining elixirs to assist in martial art. The path of martial art on Heavenly Sea Star had been cut off. Even now that the world had recovered, most of the information had been destroyed. What Ling Han could find was quite limited. He didn't find elixir recipes, but he did find an ancient book related to alchemy. It introduced immortal medicines. This was quite useful. If one didn't even know how to recognize medicine, how could they refine elixirs? This book introduced the properties of various immortal medicines, their conflicting and compatible attributes, the environment they grew in, and whether they liked the cold or the sun. It was very comprehensive. Ling Han was intoxicated. He was already deducing in his mind which herbs would work with which herbs and what effects they would produce. Of course, he wouldn't forget to cultivate every day when the sun rose. Now, when he cultivated, all the acupoints in his body opened and absorbed the power of heaven and earth together, greatly increasing his cultivation speed. The number of acupoints opened in the enlightenment realm was directly related to a martial artist's future. Even if Ling Han didn't have any special techniques, his cultivation speed was still several times faster than ordinary secret-seeking realm cultivators. Coupled with the Monkey King's technique and supplementary techniques, his cultivation speed could be dozens or even hundreds of times faster than others. Every few days, he would welcome an upgrade in his life level, breaking a few shackles. After 2 months, Ling Han calculated that he still had 78 shackles that he hadn't broken. This result was very shocking. One should know that ordinary secret-seeking realm cultivators could only break 10% of the body's shackles. One could imagine the potential. At most, they could advance to the foundation establishment realm, and then there would be no more power left. Only geniuses could break more than half of the shackles, but reaching 90% could almost be called a flawless body. As for Ling Han, he had already broken more than 99% of the shackles. Looking at the world, probably only a few people could compare to him. However, he naturally wouldn't be satisfied with this. He wanted to pursue absolute perfection. It was just that the fewer shackles left, the slower the upgrade in his life level. Previously, he could break one every 6 to 7 days, but now it would take half a month. Based on this calculation, even though there were only 78 shackles left, it was very likely that he would need to spend 7 to 8 years to break them. This was like raising one score from 0 to 1, and raising one score from 99 to 100. The difficulty was incomparable. The further one went, the slower the improvement would be. Ling Han believed that he could definitely break all the shackles in his body, but it would take too long. At this moment, the imperial family released a big piece of news. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.